seconds and it'll be hot. Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will now move to our pledges, which will be led by Claudia Garibay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I think everybody can see in the middle of the room we have some beautiful awards, and I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Garibay to discuss what those are, and I believe we have some attendees from the company that will move up as well.
President Jackson, trustees, and Dr. Scribner. The district's operations team is taking extra steps to minimize energy use and cost. As a result, the Fort Worth ISD has more than doubled its number of Energy Star campuses. To explain what this means and how the district has achieved this is Dr. Joseph.
Yeah, what you see here are 83 awards for Energy Star certified rated campuses. We did not ask the principals to come tonight. We're going to give them these awards at their principal meeting next week. But really, this is about several things. It is about conservation of energy. It's about fiscal prudence. It's about collective efforts of campus staff, operations staff, maintenance, everybody doing the little things that it takes to get the Environmental Protection Agency to say, you have done enough to earn a score of 75 or greater on a 100-point scale to receive the Energy Star certification. Now, I do have to tell you that my friend Michael Ball had a lot to do with helping us complete the application process. So Mike knows that we got these now. I do want to thank our partners at Synergistic. Do we have any of our partners at Synergistic? Y'all can stand up and wave. Hey, David, I see y'all back there now. So they certainly helped us get the ball rolling on this. But again, it also comes from your assistance as a board and making sure that we have what we need in order to be able to do this. If you don't have the right equipment, the right things in place, you cannot become Energy Star rated. You see it on your appliances. You go to Best Buy, you're looking for a refrigerator, you'll see that rating. So we're really excited about this. The number one reason, though, that I wanted to do it tonight was because this is like a state championship. According to my friends at Synergistic and David Goff, I think the next highest number of campuses that any district in the state has with an Energy Star rating is 26. So it's like we've lapped the field in a state championship game here in terms of being Energy Star certified. So, and we plan to keep doing that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I love the comment, lapped the field. Thank you, Ms. Garibay, and congratulations to everyone tonight. Before we move on to number 4, Lone Star Governance, I want to state that tonight we have an extensive and lengthy, perhaps, agenda within executive session. It was my decision as board president to move public comment after board reports. That will be number 6. Time to sign up was still 5:20, so nothing else was changed. But I want to make sure everybody knew that, and I think that we'll all be happier if we can speak before we go into a very long executive session. So I thank you all. And with that, I'll move to 4A, Goal 3, College and Career Readiness. Dr. Scribner, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Tonight we have a few presentations under the section Lone Star Governance. The first addresses our Goal 3, College and Career Readiness. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. David Sines, our Chief of Innovation, and Dr. Marcy Sorensen, our Chief Academic Officer.
Good evening, everyone. And yes, tonight we'll be presenting the Lone Star Governance Goal Progress Update for Goal 3. As you remember, you received an update on Goal 3 in January. There hasn't been many changes to it, but our goal today is to show you some of the steps we are taking to maintain and improve some of the measures that we have yet to be on track with. So as a reminder, this is board goal 3, which is to increase the percentage of students graduating with a CCMR indicator from 43% to 48% by August 2024. As we learned in January, our schools and our students have surpassed that goal by hitting 62% for the class of 2020. And in order to earn your CCMR indicator, you can do that through testing like SAT, earning college credit through AP, IB, College Board, or dual credit, or through earning an industry certification. Our goal progress measures are 3.1, 2, 3, and 4, which we'll cover in this presentation. In goal progress 3.1, once again, we are on track. This is our seniors from 33 to 38% by August 2024, and we are taking steps to address goal progress measure 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4 that my colleague, Dr. Marcy Sorensen, will cover during this presentation. CCMR pathways, or college, career, and military readiness pathways, are an initiative that we have been working on in our school district for several years. What you see before you are those pathways. Our students can earn that indicator through various of these pathways. The first one is college testing. You can earn it through earning a certain score on your SAT, meeting that college benchmark, which we reviewed in previous meetings, through the TSIA, which is a Texas Success Initiative Assessment, the ACT, or through CP, which is College Prep Course, or Texas College Bridge, which is abbreviated as TCB. You can also earn it through college preparation courses like AP, Advanced Placement, Dual Credit, and UT On-Ramps, which allow the students to earn college credit. Some of the alternate options are through earning an associate's degree, which we usually have close to 300 students every year earning their associate's degree before they graduate from high school from Tarrant County College. That number is set to grow, as you will see the work that we've been doing with early college high school programming throughout our district in the next few slides. You can also earn it through IEP requirements and also through a special ed advanced graduation plan for our students that have special needs. We also work with them to ensure they have opportunities to earn their CCMR indicator as well. And of course, the last pathway, and certainly not the least pathway, is career preparation. Our IBCs, or industry-based certifications, those are exams that students can take at the end of a career in technical education, or CTE, pathway that they've taken in high school. Usually that's a sequence of courses they've taken since 9th grade, and they take a certification exam, usually their senior year, but some do earn them in their junior year. The TSIA 2.0, as I mentioned earlier, the Texas Success Initiative Assessment, is an assessment much like ACT and SAT. Students can earn the college readiness benchmark by taking this test, and what that means if you earn the college benchmark is that you can enroll in the college without taking remedial courses. This is just another opportunity for our students to take one of these assessments to meet that college readiness benchmark. As you may recall, we already offer the SAT and ACT for free at no cost to all of our students in Fort Worth ISD. In addition, we offer the preparation that goes along with it through Princeton Review that's available to our students at their campuses or through Khan Academy. What you see before you on the slides are some of those benchmarks and what students have to score in order to meet that college readiness standard. This slide, guys, it goes into a lot more detail if you want it, but it talks about the units we have available for testing. It's not a one-for-one. There's usually 2 or 3 units per assessment for students on subject level, so that's why you'll see this many assessments. And so you'll also see that we haven't taken that many units because this year purposely we've attached the TSIA to our courses. As you can see in the bottom there, on May 17th, students will take that in their English 2 course, or they'll take it in their geometry course. We took that step in order for our students to have curriculum-appropriate preparedness to take these assessments. Slide 7 is about seniors who have met CCMR through collegiate course taking through semester 1. You'll see a comparison of bar charts from 2021, last year, to this school year. You'll see a little bit of increases in students that are enrolled, and the percentage of students that's represented by the TAM bar is student performance. Now, mind you that is not complete. This is only the first semester. Students are most of the time enrolled in full year courses, but we're already on path to meet last year's performance. So we have had more students enrolled, and performance is already where it was last year. And this is for all college courses, which include AP, college AP on-ramps, and dual credit. On this slide, you'll see that representation by program. The on-ramps program is a program, it's in its 4th year here in Fort Worth ISD. We have over 5,300 enrollments in those courses, and you can see that the red bar represents performance in those courses, 82%. That means 82% of the students in those courses, or 82% earn college credit from the University of Texas at Austin. Students are earning college credit now and saving lots of money when it comes to their tuition. You can see a similar trend with dual credit, where we had students enrolled there as well into the thousands, over 6,000, with over 85%, 86% of students being successful in those courses as well. There is also a high trend of students enrolled in AP. That performance is a little bit lower. That's an area of opportunity for us that we're working closely to monitor and make sure that students in our AP courses are also mastering the exam. Because the difference between these three things, with on-ramps, you don't have to take a test to take the course. With dual credit either. With AP, you have to take a test at the end of the course to earn your college credit. So you take the course all year long. It's a rigorous course, and College Board will tell you it's about taking the course and the rigorous course and then passing the assessment, which is great, but we want you to be exposed to the rigorous content. But this just separates it by the 3 major programs that contribute to college course-taking habits here in our district. The next couple of slides is about ECHS enrollment. Traditionally, Fort Worth ISD has had 3 early college high schools that were standalone Gold Seal programs of choice: Marine Creek, TABS Downtown, and TCC South. As we were looking through it, and based on the interest at these campuses and wanting to make sure that students had opportunities to access not only dual credit, but an early college program at their neighborhood school, we started embedding early college programs within high schools. And so you'll see Southwest High School now has an ECHS. If you see zeros, it's because they're still young. They're barely in their 10th grade class. 0 does not represent that that there has been a problem. It's just that they just started, or either in their 1st year, 2nd year, or 3rd year of implementation. Oscar Dean Wyatt, or Odie Wyatt, is one of our older embedded programs. So they're fully articulated. And of course, you have TABS and Marine Creek up there as well that are early college high school programs. Another form of early college high school is our PTech, which is Pathways to Technology Early College High School. And this just brings in a more career and technical education spin to students. You can still earn certifications, and you can still earn an associate's degree. And here's where you'll find more of our high schools. You'll find Carter Riverside, South Hills, Diamond Hill. Dunbar is the oldest embedded program for ECHS, and they started that program with Texas Wesleyan, and so they're fully articulated as well. So as you can see, we've expanded this programming and more opportunity, hence my statement about students growing from over 300, close to 300 students now earning their associates to, in the near future, that approaching almost 1,000. This is just a pie chart of the representation of students in these programs. As you can see, the representation of our students closely matches that of our school district, which is a requirement for our early college high schools to be designated by the state. Our early college high school programs and PTech programs are specifically targeted. They're open to all students, but they're specifically targeted to students that are first-time college goers, low income, or students that have been underrepresented in college courses. And the last slide I'll present to you is about CTE IBC. I know, a lot of acronyms. Career and Tech Education Industry-Based Certifications. Basically, this is what students can earn after finishing their CTE sequence. And you'll see varying numbers by campus. That can be an effect of the size of the campus. That can be an effect of the type of programming focus at a campus. As an example, our WLI they do have CTE courses, but their main focus is world languages. So you wouldn't expect a lot of CTE certification that are available at those campuses. There is some opportunities, like in Benbrook, you see a comprehensive campus with a low number. That is being addressed because even programs there at Benbrook are pretty young for that campus. And so those are being articulated to make sure that there are certification opportunities for the pathways that are at those campuses. And basically what this slide says is there are that many opportunities to earn a certification at those campuses through those pathways. Our CTE program has changed over the last few years. We do not have a pathway that does not end in an IBC. We have to have pathways that end in IBCs for our students to leave, not just for the indicator, but because that certificate is a pathway to a high-need, high-wage career that could pay for college or have the employer pay for their college as well. And now I'll pass it on to my colleague, Dr. Marcy Sorensen, to go over the other goal progress measures.
Thank you, Dr. Sines. Good evening, trustees. How are you? I'm going to go over goal progress measure 3.2 and then on to the others. So as we discussed a few months ago, goal progress measure 3.2, ninth grade on track, the mid-year update, there was a 10% decrease, and to remind you, a decrease is good in this indicator. We had 10% of our students who had failed less courses, which is a good indicator as a result of our freshman success initiative across the district. Percentage of freshmen who failed at least one core course by the end of the first semester, so there was a 10% decrease across the district. And we attribute this to our deep work across the district and our partnership with the Network for College Success. And we really are leaning into strengthening school leadership. Our principals are doing extraordinary work, lifting up the work of the Freshman Success Initiative, improving teaching and learning in our freshman classes, making teaching and learning real and relevant, preparing students for quality post-secondary options, supporting culture and climate, digging into data, really making data accessible for our students, bringing it to them so that they know where they are in terms of their grades and their attendance and their behavior, and integrating research and data into daily practice. And so we've put together a little video for you to actually see the work, because it's not enough for us to just explain it to you. We thought from the mouths of our principals and the mouths of our students, we thought we would bring it alive for you. I know I talked a lot about this with you in January, so I'm going to pause for a moment and let you see a video of 3 of our campuses that we've highlighted for you. Young Men's Leadership Academy, Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Arlington Heights High School, and Dunbar High School. All are highlighted in the video, and so team, if you will cue up the video, we can take a look at what freshman success looks like here in Fort Worth ISD.
The leap from like middle school to high school is like, it's enormous.
It's a lot of new stuff for them, so I just feel like it's like getting a new job.
What is the biggest difference?
We know freshman year is a time of big transitions.
What are some things that you guys want to see here?
New school, new friends, and typically when teenagers start to make decisions about their futures.
I really just want to be like something like an investment banker, like in the business field.
Something that I want to do when I grow up is mainly real estate.
I would like to become a veterinarian.
But did you know that as the freshman year goes, so goes a student's future?
I've seen research.
Research shows that freshman on-track rates are more predictive of a student's likelihood to graduate high school than all other factors combined. With this in mind, Fort Worth ISD has a new way of approaching freshman year that everyone can get behind, called Freshman Success.
So what can I do to help you get there?
It's a proactive, targeted effort with metrics that align with a Fort Worth ISD Board of Education goal to have all students complete 9th grade with at least 6 credits, without failing more than 1 semester of a core course, and without having to repeat 9th grade. So how does this new approach make sure freshmen start their high school careers on the right track?
We strive for our students to get a 3.0 or higher, and then also 6 credits.
First, good grades and credits.
Statistics shows that if students by the end of their freshman year have 6 or more credits, they are more likely to graduate.
You got to start strong. If a kid is behind on their GPA by the time they make it to a senior, it's exceptionally hard for them to catch back up.
I'm confident that I will graduate high school because I have good grades, I have good people by my side.
Another strategy for freshman success, sharing data with students, the good and even the bad, to give them a sense of ownership and empowerment concerning their own futures.
So we show our young men the data frequently in their cohorts of how we're doing in behavior, attendance, and grades and other data. They also have a voice on how we can improve here at our school, and hence the peer tutoring program and some of the other initiatives that you see at our school.
We do the same thing as this one.
They're helping each other with their actual assignments or missing assignments in class.
I think the Freshman Success Initiative gives our students a platform to be vocal. When me and my team meet with students, we're able to discuss their needs immediately.
Which also helps students become their own best advocates.
Reiterate the importance of going to class on time, getting your credits, trying to speak for yourself, advocate for yourself, talk to the teachers, email teachers, reach out. So organize your time.
This focus also puts a freshman success coach on every high school campus to help teachers, principals, all the freshman success team expand their own capacity to support ninth graders. The coaches assist the team in tailoring freshman success metrics to fit their campus and students, whether it's targeting attendance, discipline, or other data. Which brings us to another component of freshman success, extracurricular activities.
Giving them all the supports, making sure that they're involved in something.
Football, it makes me happy because it's something I've been doing since I was a little boy. And, it's just been my dream, my passion.
78% of our kids who have B or better are involved in some sort of extracurricular activity.
I think playing a sport gives me less time to do knucklehead actions and stuff.
In just its first year, the Freshman Success Initiative is making an impact.
And the student of the week is?
Providing a strong start.
Counselors and the teachers here, they really care about us.
For a powerful finish.
The one thing I'm really focused on right now at the moment is just graduating high school. That's the main thing. I feel like I'm on a really good path.
So we wanted to bring that to you rather than me just continue to highlight the great work that we're doing around freshman success. To be proactive on the front end, we thought that we would show you some evidence of our work on all of our campuses to support our kids on the front end, so that we are continuing to achieve all of our goals in CCMR. So moving on to goal progress measure 3.3, which is Algebra 1, completion by the end of 9th grade. We have intentional district strategies and district supports. We brought you data again at mid-year, and that data has not changed because at mid-year, we were really looking at 8th grade really driving that data, and we anticipate that the data will continue to grow as we look at EOC supports, but we wanted to bring you some additional strategic supports that we're doing across the district. High impact tutoring has started at all of our high schools, and not just for Algebra 1, but for all of the EOC courses in English 1, English 2, US History, Biology, and Algebra. There are individualized and differentiated campus plans. Teachers are being compensated at $40 an hour for teachers, obviously minus fringe and normal deductions. This is for retesters and for first-time testers. We want to be proactive. This isn't just for our retesters, but we want to make sure that we're catching kids on the front end. There was an ESSER allocation of $2.24 million in ESSER funding to support this initiative for CCMR. So again, this is through the building capacity framework. So we also want to make sure that we are supporting our teachers and that there's professional learning for our high school teachers in these particular courses, in U.S. history, biology, English 1, English 2, and that we're supporting these tutoring efforts on the campus. We also wanted to point out that there is a redesign in our high schools of Reading 1 and Reading 2. The required scheduling drivers for high schools are listed here, but we do want to point out that incoming 9th graders who did not pass the 8th grade STAR will be required to be scheduled into Reading 1, and 10th graders who did not pass the English 1 EOC will be required to be scheduled into Reading 2. So there is a redesign of scheduling drivers so that we are, again, supporting CCMR through intentional scheduling and programming so that our kids are college and career ready. And when we talk about PSAT, ACT, TSIA, and all of these collegiate assessments, our kids are ready for these assessments so that they are college, career, and military ready. We also have a new high school secondary literacy adoption. We have new advanced placement materials in literacy, and there are professional learning opportunities that our teachers are being compensated for or being given flex credit opportunities for with culturally responsive pedagogy and text that are also TEKS aligned and support our students in the appropriate literacy pedagogy so that our students are ready again for college career and military readiness. And now moving on to, I'm sorry, the arrow is pointing at the wrong goal progress measure here. But this is goal progress measure 3.4, SAT and ACT. So I would like the board to understand that this is our first year as a district leaning into a collegiate continuum of assessments, 8 through 12. 8 through 12. And I say 12 because we have many of our 12th graders that continue to take the ACT and SAT in their 12th grade as they seek to attain better scores, right? We offer it for all students at the 11th grade. All students take it at the 11th grade, but many kids continue to take it in the 12th grade as they seek to take and attain better scores. But we know the benefits of the PSAT, SAT as readiness, growth, and potential. We have a continuum of assessments that we give in our K-8 space, MAP, and WA. Many of our principals were asking us, well, what's the continuum of assessments that we have in our high schools so that we can track, monitor, measure growth for our students in the secondary arena? And so we have implemented the PSAT suite of assessments. So what are the benefits and how does PSAT connect to SAT? So our 8th graders take the PSAT. That's the baseline of their assessment. We get an incoming score for our 8th graders so that we know where our 8th graders are in both reading and in math, so that we know where they are when they come into high school with foundational skills in both reading and math. Coming into high school, where are they with foundational skills in the SAT suite of assessments? Entering into high school teachers have their 8th grade scores so that they know how to work with students as they enter into that space so that they can continue to support them. Our 9th grade students then take the PSAT twice in their 9th grade year. They take the PSAT twice in their 10th grade year. They take the PSAT at the beginning of their 11th grade year, and then they take the SAT in the spring of their 11th grade year. So we have a continuum of assessments and data on students and their growth. I'm sorry, I'm just going through slides. So what do student scores tell me? Just like we have our MAP assessments, we are able to see how students are growing over time, value add, As students are with us over time, we should see students growing in both reading and students growing in math. We should see students growing in their collegiate and college readiness skills over time in both reading and math. We are now looking at our students not just against students in Fort Worth ISD. We are not just looking at our students against students in Texas. We are looking at our students competitively nationally, because that is who our students are competing against as they look to go to colleges across the nation. So here are the SAT College and Career Readiness benchmarks. And so what does the SAT tell us? There is a deep alignment to quality instruction. There's lots of questions that folks ask us about alignment to the TEKS and alignment to the state standards. The PSAT tests are designed to reflect the work that students are already doing in the classroom. So this does not deviate from the TEKS. Using a student's complete score report, teachers can understand the student's strengths and focus on the learning of the specific areas where students need to grow most. Teachers, schools, counselors have access to the data. Parents have access to the data. Students have access to the data. It's all in the College Board website that students, parents, families, counselors, teachers all have access to. And the PSAT continuum of assessments are all available and accessible through their student account. And teachers have access to this to then align their instruction to it. Because if we are not using it to align instruction to it, then there's no use for us doing it. So we wanted to share with you PSAT % participation across the district. This is grade 8 and grade 9. This was the fall. I'm sorry. And then grades 10 and 11. This was across the district, African American, Hispanic, white, economically disadvantaged, and English language learners. Mr. Moore, Dr. Sines, and myself all had conversations with principals about expectations that campuses were expected to increase participation. But we also know that this is our first year of doing testing. And so campuses were setting expectations with students, with teachers, and creating cultures around the purpose of this assessment. We also wanted to share with the trustees the average PSAT 8th grade scores, grade 8 and grade 9, the district, the state, and the national average, along with the targets in grade 8 and grade 9. 10th and 11th grade, district, state, national, and target. Percent who met the PSAT targets. EBRW is the reading and writing, math, and then percent who met both. District, state, national. Grade 8, grade 9. Grade 10, grade 11. And so what are we doing as a district to work on this? We are working on quality instruction every day. We're reviewing student data on collegiate testing with students, with intentional student conversations. Dr. Sines has talked about Princeton Review, Khan Academy, Think Circa in our reading and writing courses. We're talking about high impact tutoring, which has started already in our high schools. And then I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Sines to talk about test prep.
So while the pathway to a strong meeting a benchmark score for any of our assessments is through our curriculum practices, we do want to make sure our students have access to quality test prep. That is something that should be available to our students. I remember paying thousands of dollars for just taking Princeton Review for GRE. Many of you probably did the same. You can do that for free now for our students here in Fort Worth ISD through use of some of our ESSER funds. And our various inputs that we have here allow our students to develop that student test prep plan. They get support from their post-secondary teams, administrative support. They can get support through their counselors, our Go Center. We want our students to access, whether it's Princeton Review, which is a longer program, or Khan Academy, which is a free program. Now, the beauty of Khan Academy is when you take the PSAT, your scores upload into Khan Academy, and Khan Academy is able to determine where you need help in, right? But once again, the one thing we're doing differently is this is now a part of our curriculum. This is not just about prepping our students to pass a test or get a certain benchmark score, but it is something that we do provide for our students. And we have broken it down from the different areas that I've talked about: Princeton Review, test prep strategies, the Princeton Review online resources, and of course, Khan Academy. These are available to our students through their campuses. A lot of this is going to be targeted towards juniors, because that's when we offer the SAT and ACT, but it is open to more students depending on availability. Khan Academy is free for everyone and available to every student. Princeton Review is targeted towards our juniors. And I'll end our presentation by also showing the alignment we've made with personnel supports at our high school campuses. This graphic just shows the folks that are our educators that are focused on supporting our students and meeting individual pathways. That's how you make a difference in performance gaps or performance opportunities for our students. You have to look student by student. And so through our freshman success coaches, our freshman success teams, our post-secondary specialists who manage the post-secondary success teams for the entire campus, our Go Centers and our CCMR coaches, which are staffed by not only our CCR coach, but also by TCU college advisors, which we expanded this year through our partnership with T3 and the use of ESSER funds as well. And also through, of course, our high school counselors. Our high school counselors are the catalyst of this programming, and it's important to note that as a district, we enjoy a very good ratio of student to counselor. That's just counselors themselves to students, not including the rest of these people, and it's 300 to 1. The national standard that is given, and not many people meet it, is 250 to 1. We're about 300 to 1. And so as we went through the presentation, you saw a progression of where we have been with programming. We focused a lot on opportunity and access for our programming for the past few years. Now we're focusing on making sure that we don't wait to our 11th and 12th grade year for us to find out what that pathway is, that we focus on our 9th graders, and that we embed this work into our everyday curriculum. What you'll see in the future, in the coming year and years from, is how we move into a strong exploratory program in middle school and how we move into a strong awareness program in elementary. 12th grade is not where CCMR ends or begins. Pre-K, when they walk in our door, is the beginning of a CCMR pathway for our students, and that registration starts April 1st, just so you know. And so we want to make sure that we move these pathways and programs down. You cannot form a picture of yourself or a dream of yourself if you haven't experienced it. So if we're asking kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? Let's create those programs so they understand and know what that means and what they want to do for themselves. And you'll have a pathway here in Fort Worth ISD. Thank you, and we'll answer any questions.
Trustee Dar.
There we go. Thank you for this report. I'm really excited. First of all, 2 thumbs up on the video. Bring more videos. Seeing kids makes me smile. And I hope that everybody had that same kind of feeling. When seeing these kids experiencing success, that's a great thing, so thank you. Are there talks about continuing the Freshman Success Initiative with sophomores next year? And I know it won't be called this Freshman Success Initiative, but some kind of supports in place for perhaps select sophomores that still need some additional support as they matriculate through high school?
I think that's a great question. And what I would answer really candidly is that that's what freshman success is really intended to do. It's to change the organizational culture of the school. It really is about changing adult practice, and I think I said that when we talked in January. It's about the way we do school, and it's about the way we as adults, as teams, work together to support students. So we hope that it becomes infectious and contagious and replicates itself sophomore year, junior year, senior year. And so Dr. Sines and I talk all the time about how do we replicate this concept sophomore year, junior year, senior year, so that this just becomes the way we do school. Because we know that students need that kind of wraparound support every single year. So yes, and, right?
Thank you.
I want to thank both of you for the presentation. It's comprehensive. ESSER funds are a great thing, but they're finite. And I heard them mentioned a couple of times. One was test prep, the other CCMR supports.
Right.
I like that because I know that you have metrics associated with it. However, how will we sustain? And I don't know if you know the answer, but that's my question.
Actually, it's a great question. Those were actually strategic investments into CCMR initiatives because our students that earn their CCMR indicator and enroll in the college actually generate more funding for us. So for example, we got $2.9 million more from CCMR bonus funds last year, which was an increase of about 30% from the year before. So the more success we see with our students earning CCMR indicators and enrolling to college, the more funds that come back to us. So within the next 2 years, these investments are designed to accelerate that performance so that we can sustain as ESSER is phased out.
It'd be great for you to show us that ROI when it's available and
Definitely.
smooth data. Thank
Definitely.
you. Thanks for the quick answer, too. Trustee Martinez.
I just want to echo great video. Knowing a couple of those freshmen personally, I know that the Freshman Success Program has been successful because it's about building relationships and also increasing that parent engagement. I've seen it on campus, I've seen it in action, and so I think that it's going to lead, like you said, to a culture change on these campuses. My questions, I have two questions. One is, how do we increase enrollment? What kind of things are we doing to increase enrollment across all student groups? I was looking specifically on the percentage that are enrolled in the collegiate course taking. And so you see very different numbers for African American, Hispanic, and white students across the different groups. So what are we doing to kind of promote these collegiate courses and increase enrollment for all student groups?
Definitely. And I think the good news there, Trustee Martinez, is that those numbers have been increasing with the addition not only of more dual credit, but also the on-ramps program. And I'll go back to the teaming concept. In order for us to know individual pathways, it's not about pushing kids into courses, it's about determining the pathway for each student. So as students are going through freshman success, as students are going through our post-secondary success program and working with our counselors, is identifying what that pathway for the student may be, and seeing that, we have a high percentage of students already enrolled, showing them that one, it's possible for you. Two, this is not just an advanced course that only for certain students. We have the supports necessary for you to be successful. So we do promote those at the campus level, through our counselors with individual meetings, and also district-wide, usually by our website and through our GSPOC programming. But these courses are open to everyone. Like I said before, those numbers have been increasing over the last few years due to the addition of programming as well.
Yeah, and speaking back to, I think that the parent engagement portion of
Yes.
the freshman success is also going to help increase that enrollment as well when the parents
Definitely.
know that those opportunities are available.
Definitely.
The other thing that I would add, Trustee Martinez, is that it's also about what you said with relationships, is that the more that students know their teachers and the more that the teachers know their students, the more the trust builds around taking those academic risks. And so teachers can identify the gifts that students have that don't always show up in very traditional ways, and that students are willing to say to a teacher, I want to try that. So those relationships, those trust-building spaces where students feel safe to say, I want to do that, or a student or a teacher can say, I see a gift in you. I think those things really matter, and so relationships do really matter in those spaces.
And then my question pertaining to page 8, I was looking at the largest enrollment is in the AP courses. Can you speak to if Texas schools are at risk of losing an AP designation at all because of banning certain topics? Are we at risk of that at all? I've been reading about different.
I couldn't speak to that. No, I haven't heard that through our office or through College Board.
Okay.
Trustee Ryan.
Well, thank you for the presentation. One of the things I would ask, if we're doing the PSAT test 4 times between 9th and 10th grade, have you seen a drop-off in scores sometimes because they've just gotten to the point where they don't want to do the test anymore?
This is our first year doing it, and I think that we have had some really intense conversations with principals around purpose setting, and we are actually have our high school principals on board around the why. We have dramatically reduced testing at our secondary level. We took away interim assessments, and so we are no longer giving our interim assessments. So that reduced the number of assessments that our secondary schools are giving per year. And so we're giving this kind of as a benchmark assessment to look at how our kids are doing over time in collegiate testing to make sure that we are value adding over time. The why is there with the reduction in other assessments. But we'll definitely track and monitor over time to make sure that there is not over-testing.
I will say, too, that we hope that a trend continues when districts, and like ours, too, and I've seen this in other districts as well, when we move to a school day collegiate assessment program, our scores tend to take a dip at first, because when you see comparisons to the national, not everybody takes PSAT. Not everybody takes SAT. What you'll start seeing is that gap closing, and that's for all students, not just for those that are able to take it and pay for it. And so we hope that that trend continues. It has held true for SAT, and we want to make sure that it holds through PSAT by informing our curriculum as we move forward.
Okay, and I guess the other thing I would ask, and it just happens to fall not too long after he passed away, but I wish we could duplicate John Hamilton at all our campuses, because when you can sit there and have 28 kids, 30 kids make national merit each year and beat out all the private schools and the top public schools in the state, if we could duplicate that, we'd be on top of everything.
Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. On page 7 of the slide of the PowerPoint, and back to Trustee Martinez, we have a percentage of students who enroll, but we also have a percentage, maybe 50% of that percentage that enroll met the criteria. How can we increase the students that enroll to the full potential of that? If enrolled 58% last year and only 32% made the criteria, how can we close that gap?
Definitely. And so some of the steps we're taking in that is if you look on the next slide, you can see that there's one part of our collegiate testing program where we have a lot of growth to do, and that is in AP. And Dr. Sorensen spoke to the alignment of our curriculum resources to be able to do, and I'll let her speak on that here in a second too, but with regards to on-ramps and dual credit, what we continue to do is embed those resources within the class. For example, dual credit is learning from on-ramps. With on-ramps, they have not only a UT professor, but one of our teachers that are working with the student, and we're trying to duplicate that with dual credit as well. And with AP, if you want to speak to more of it too, but that's where the opportunity of growth is, considering the gap.
I would say that it's a two-part answer. One, it is about professional development and ensuring that the teachers who want to and need to attend advanced placement professional development have those opportunities to do so, because that is rigorous and intensive professional learning. And number two, it's ensuring that students have access to the rigorous course content and the materials that they need in order to do that, and the support after school for tutoring and additional content support. AP courses are very content heavy. It is not about necessarily critical thinking and application of the content. It's very content heavy, whether it's math or literature, and so it's making sure that they're really supported in the understanding of said content.
Thank you. And we are offering the training for the teachers to.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Science and I are actually in the middle of switching that over to my department to make sure that all things for teacher support live in my department moving forward.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Luebanos. Thank you both. You all did a great job. That's a lot of comprehensive information, and I'm sure we'll all have more questions tomorrow.
Thank you. We're here to help.
Right now, we'll move forward and continue with the Lone Star Governance Board Quarterly Review. Lone Star Governance Coach Monica Haloma is here with us, and she'll assist during this portion. Thank you for joining us, Monica. Here, live and in person. Thank you for being here.
I know. Thank you so much for having me here face to face. I really appreciate the invitation. So let's go ahead and get started with our quarterly self-evaluation. You should have two handouts. One is going to be the quarterly review, and then the second document is going to be our LSG instrument. So one document is gonna have all the columns, and you're gonna see 3 quarters ago, 2 quarters ago, 1 quarter ago. And the instrument, which looks like this. Yes? All right, so what we're gonna do is we're going to evaluate our performance as a board for the last 3 months. So that's gonna be December, January, and February, okay? I'm going to be giving you what we had under 1 quarter ago. What was our score when we evaluated back in September, and then you all will decide where are we at based on the work that we have done, and where do we want to be in the next 3 months? What's going to be our focus for the next 3 months? So let's start under Vision and Goals 1. On that on the column, the quarterly progress tracker, if you can go ahead and write down 12 under 1 quarter ago. So last time we self-evaluated, we were at 12. Now, if you look at your framework, your instrument, 12 will be under meets focus. So that's where we were. And our goal was to be at master's focus. So where are we for these 3 months? Who will share with us first? Where are we?
Trustee Evans.
Well, I'm going to be real candid and say we haven't met masters because I have not memorized those goals, the details of the goals in terms of the exact numbers and percentages.
Thank you. Who'll go next?
Trustee Dar.
I concur that we're still at meets.
Yes, we're still at meets. So one thing will be committing to memory, right? Where we're at. But then something else that we have been working on is that community ownership to the goals. So then for this quarter then, can we all agree that under the current quarter, we're still at 12? Give me a thumbs up if you agree. Thank you. All right, so where do you want to be in the next 3 months?
I would say we can pursue masters, and if we're at meets, we have other work that we're completing that's essential. But I would like for us to move to masters. How do the rest of the trustees feel?
Are we still doing thumbs up?
Thumbs up,
I'm good with
Monica?
that.
Yes? Okay. So then current quarter will be 12, and then our next quarter target will be the 15. Now let's take a look at Vision 2, Vision and Goals 2. At the last quarterly self-evaluation, we were at a 1 at preparing to focus. So take a look at approaches focus. Have we completed all the descriptors under approaches focus? We are on Vision and Goal 2. Last time we talked about this, some of our goal progress measures were missing deadlines. Have you all done any work on addressing those GPMs?
No, we have not.
Not yet, right? Because we're actually in the process of revising those. So for this quarter, we stay at preparing to focus, which will be the 1. I know we are working on getting ready to go out and engage with the community. So my recommendation will be that's not gonna take place. We're not gonna be drafting GPMs in the next 2 months. So my recommendation will be to stay at the 1 for the next quarter under the GPMs. Will the board be okay with that? Yes, all right. So let's move on then to Vision and Goal 3. Vision and Goals 3 has to do with constraints. Last quarter, we were at approaches focus. Let's take a look at meets focus. Have we completed all of those descriptors? Anyone else?
I believe we have to adopt the constraints at the meeting today. So as of this very moment, no, but hopefully by the end of the meeting, yes.
Yes, so this is actually a really cool one because we were going to be adapting those board self-constraints at the last board meeting. However, that did not take place, right? We'll just have a brief discussion about those today. So at the end of today, you will be there, but at this point, we're not there quite yet. So for the current quarter, we're going to be at where?
Approaches.
Approaches. So what we would like to be the target for the next 3 months?
I'm hearing meets. Can we do a thumbs up on meets?
All right. So from approaches to meets. Okay, so let's move on to progress and accountability 1. At the last quarter, we were at does not meet focus. Let's take a look. How are we moving along on vision and goal? Wait, did I skip one? I skipped one. Vision and goals 4. Vision and goals 4. So we were at preparing to focus. This has to do with the constrained progress measures.
I would say we're still at preparing to focus because aren't we revisiting the CPMs here soon?
Yes.
So we're still,
So we are still in the preparing to focus. Where will we want to be as a board in the next 3 months?
Approaches, focus.
Approaches, all right. Is the board okay with that? I need to see a thumbs up from the board. Okay, thank you. All right, so from a 1 to a 2. Now let's move on to progress and accountability number 1. So these we were at the SNAT meet focus. Let's take a look at preparing to focus. Have we completed all of those descriptors?
I think so.
So there was one thing that was keeping us at this point last time, and that is your monitoring calendar. The monitoring calendar only includes this school year, and we need to expand it to the deadline of your goals. So that's one thing that we need to work on, that we will not revisit until you have all your goal progress measures and constraint progress measures in place. Okay? However, once that takes place, then we can adjust this monitoring calendar. I do want you to keep an eye, though, under the approaches focus, we're talking about time, right? And I just want to take a quick moment to congratulate the board. Today, you've actually spent, just unofficially talking about the goal progress measures, you've spent about 47 minutes of your board meeting. So if our goal is to have a board meeting that's no longer than 2 hours and half of that spent on student outcomes, you are actually getting there. So this, this will be an area where you're not gonna struggle to get to that 50%. Those questions you were asking today on the goal progress monitoring were amazing questions. So thank you so much. You're doing a great job, but for the evaluation purpose though, we are going to be still at 0. Where will you envision you will be in the next 2 months? What's gonna be the goal?
I would like to be at least at meets focus. If we can expand that calendar, we are generally always over 10% of our meeting spent on student outcome goals. We can at least do 25%.
Yeah, you've been
with
doing
the goal being 50%. But if we can get that calendar taken care of, then I think we can get all the way up to meets.
What does the rest of the board say? Yes? All right. So if I heard correctly, that would be a meets focus? Yes? All right. Okay, so moving on to progress and accountability number 2. Progress and accountability 2, we were at approaches focus. Take a look at the meets focus column. Where are we? Do we move forward or do we stay under approaches?
I think we're still at approaches.
Okay, we're still at approaches. Where do we want to be for the next quarter? So under meets focus, if we look at the second descriptor, 1 quarter ago, you are engaging in that self-evaluation. That's this instrument that you're completing right now. Voting to approve the quarterly progress tracker, we will be doing that. And then the only thing that we will be missing will be the first descriptor, which is receiving that annual report on the average cost of staff time spent in your board meetings. And that can be, I can work with your superintendent to develop that report.
I heard Trustee Martinez say meets. Is that correct? Everybody good with meets?
All right, systems and processes. We were at a 1, preparing to focus. Take a look at approaches focus. Have we completed those? And if not, can that be something we focus on in the next quarter?
I think we meet approaches focus with the exception of, I know we altered the calendar of departmental reports, so I don't know if that counts against us for modifying the monitoring calendar in the last quarter.
So in this case, because that monitoring calendar does not fulfill the requirements of the deadline as the same as your goals, on this one, that's one piece that we're still missing. How do you all think we're doing on that consent agenda?
Has anybody done the math?
I think we're hitting 75% on consent.
Okay. And are we including all of the consent eligible items to that consent agenda?
I believe so.
Yeah, all right. So then for this quarter, we're staying at preparing to focus since we are adjusting the monitoring calendar. That will give us an opportunity to then move on to approaches focus. With this one, I would like for you to just take a quick look at master's focus. Even though we're not there yet, this is going to be that goal that I was sharing earlier with you. So may I have a volunteer who will read the first descriptor under master's focus?
Do we have a volunteer?
Or a voluntold?
I will volunteer.
Thank you.
Board authorized public meetings in the last quarter did not, this is meets focus, right? Correct, Monica?
Masters, yes, ma'am.
Masters, sorry, I was reading the wrong one. Board authorized public meetings in the last quarter did not exceed an average of 3 meetings per month, an average of 2 hours per meeting, an average of 3 other topics per meeting. Board members received the final materials to be voted on at least 7 calendar days before the public meeting. No edits to the board's regularly scheduled meeting agenda in the 3 days prior to or during the meeting unless a state of emergency was declared.
So I just wanted you to see we're working kind of like with the end in mind, right? At the end, that is really our goal. We are not there yet. However, this is where we want to go to. So when we're talking about the average of 3 other topics per meeting, what we mean is you are going to have no more than 3 items up for discussion for the board or where you have to take an action. Okay, so I just want you to keep that in mind as we're thinking about your board agenda. I started to meet with your board president and we're looking at that board agenda and really begin to edit some of the items that you have there so we can begin to focus those conversations. I just wanted to give you a heads up. That's where we're going towards, okay? So then, just to clarify then, we are under preparing to focus for this quarter, am I correct? And where do we wanna go? What's our target for the next 3 months?
For the next 3 months?
Yes.
I say meets focus.
Meets focus? All right, what does the rest of the board say? All right, so we're saying an average of 4 meetings per month, an average of 3 hours per meeting, and no more than 5 other topics. Is that what we are agreeing to? Yes?
I wouldn't say agreeing to, I would say aspiring to.
Aspiring to. That's what we are agreeing to work on for the next 3 months. I like your aspiring to. All
We're
right.
agreeing to be aspirational.
Okay, so let's look at advocacy and engagement. We were at the SNAT Meet Focus. We've been working on this area for the last month or so, 6 weeks. Are we under, well, first of all, under the SNAT Meet Focus, are any of those true? Any of those two descriptors? I think last time we were stopping at the board has not publicly communicated the board adopted student outcome goals. We haven't been really sharing those with the community, going out to the community, right?
That's something we're in progress with, though.
That's right. That's something that you're working on.
And that's huge.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. So last time we agreed that we were under the SNAT Meet Focus, and we wanted to go to Approaches Focus. We're working on going out to the community and engaging in that two-way communication. That should be taking place within the next quarter. So where would you like to be? Where are you aspiring to in the next quarter?
Approaches.
Okay, approaches. What does the rest of the board say? Yes? All right, so current quarter, 0. Next quarter target will be approaches. And then the last one is our synergy and teamwork. Last quarter, we were at the SNAT Meet Focus. Under preparing to focus, all of those descriptors must be met. So where do you all think we're at for this quarter?
Well, technically, we're still at does not meet until we adopt these we're adopting the board operating procedure tonight, correct? We're voting on it? So we're still there, but just at the cusp.
All right. Just like the board self-constraints. Okay, so we are at the SNAT Meet Focus. Where do we want to be in the next quarter?
Being as we have an election, 2 trustees incoming in May, possibly June if there is an extended date.
Mm-hmm.
I think we would do well to go to preparing to focus with the inclusion of 2 new trustees. What would be your opinion, Monica?
I think that yes, that preparing to focus will be a place that we can aspire to.
Thank you.
What does the rest of the board say? Yes? Okay. All right. So President Jackson, could you just remind us again, go through the next quarter targets? Well, the current quarter targets first. Where are we at for the current quarter? What were those results?
Right now?
Yes, ma'am.
20.
Oh,
Is
so
that what you're speaking of?
So for Vision and Goals 1,
Oh, I'm
where,
sorry.
where did we say we were at for this quarter?
Vision and Goals 1, we said we were at 12, I thought.
12, okay.
Okay.
And then Mission and Goals 2?
I'm sorry, 15. Is that right, or 12? I'm sorry, 12.
No,
Is
it
that
was
right or
1.
current? It's 1.
Okay.
It's 1.
So Vision and Goals 2 is 1?
1.
Okay. Vision and Goals 3?
3.
Vision and Goals 4?
1.
Is that what everybody says? It's not the one on the screen. Yes? Okay. Vision and Goals 1. And then Progress and Accountability?
0. Is that right?
The what, I'm sorry? 0, okay. Progress and Accountability 2?
2.
Okay.
For Progress and Accountability 2. But we need to be higher than that. We don't want to match that number, correct?
Yes. Now, Advocacy and Systems and Processes. Where are we this quarter?
We were at 1.
Okay. And then advocacy and engagement?
0.
Okay.
With a special note that we are working on that diligently.
Yes. And then for synergy and teamwork?
0.
All right. So who can do the math? What's the total?
It's 20.
20. All right. Now for the next quarter targets, where do we want to be at? What did we say for vision and goals 1? $15. Vision and goals 2. For vision and goals 2, 15. Okay. Vision and goals 3.
I don't have the values on this particular document, so I don't know the numbers.
All right.
That's where I'm getting hung up.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the same
It's
issue. I
meet
think we're all
focus.
having.
So what's the value for meet focus?
Okay, so for vision and goals, we had the goal to be at master's focus, or what did we have? What was the value for vision and goal 1?
I believe it was approaches focus.
Vision and goals 1, we were at
Oh, I'm
meets
sorry, I'm on 2.
focus.
It was, yeah, it's 15. It's
Okay.
the masters.
And then vision and goals 2, where do we want to be in the next quarter?
We wanted to stay at preparing to focus, I believe. Is that correct?
We wanted to stay at the what?
Did we say we wanted to stay at preparing to focus?
I thought it was approach focuses.
Oh, okay.
Approaches focus.
Thank you, Trustee Dar.
Okay. Approaches focus, so that's 4. Vision and goals 3. We were at approaches. Where did we say we want to be in the next quarter?
Meets.
Meets, so that's a 9. Vision and goals 4. We are at preparing to focus, and we said that's where we're staying at 1, right?
I thought we said we were going to try to go to approaches.
To approaches. Okay,
What's the value?
that's a 2. Progress and accountability
Meets.
meets, that's a 12. Progress and accountability 2
Meets.
meets, that's 4. Systems and processes,
Approaches.
4.
But I think we said meets on that one.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get my goal. I wanted approaches.
So systems and processes, that's right, going to those 4 meetings, right, a month? Okay, so that would be at 12.
No, it doesn't say to have 4 meetings. It says that it will not exceed
An
4
average.
meetings, an average of 4 meetings. So that doesn't mean we're having 4 meetings. That's important clarification.
Yes, no more than the average of 4 board meetings per month. And then advocacy and engagement.
Approaches.
Approaches, that's at 3. And synergy and teamwork, we said 1, right?
Preparing to focus.
Preparing to focus, that's a 1. All right, who can do the math for me?
I get 62.
Got 62 as well. All right, so for this quarter, we are at 20, and our goal for the next 3 months, the next quarter, will be to move to that 62. Questions about our quarterly tracker?
No questions.
No questions, all right. So in order for us to get there, I will be reaching out. I'm working on the script. I'm working on the presentation. We have a meeting coming up soon, a workshop where we're gonna talk about those things. So be on the lookout for an email with that information so we can continue moving forward on that community engagement piece.
Okay, you ready to move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll continue with developing board self-constraints. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So we talked about the adoption of 3 board self-constraints, and those were about to be adopted last time. I just asked for those to be pulled out because we needed a little bit, or I think we needed a little bit more clarification on the first one. So the first board self-constraint, may I have a volunteer to read that first one?
The board, either collectively or through the actions of individual board members, shall not spend less than 50% on student outcomes during board meetings.
All right, so kind of like you was missing something after that 50%. So this is my recommendation. The board shall not spend less than 50%, this is what we will include, of time during board authorized public meetings focused on student outcomes. So really emphasizing and including like 50% of what? So spend less than 50% of time during board authorized public meetings focused on student outcomes. I see some of you nodding. What do you think? Yes, thumbs up, thank you. So that would just provide a little bit more clarity, like what are we spending, you know, when is that 50% focused on? So this is part of your consent agenda, and you will be voting on that later today. Any questions about the board self-constraint? That is the only one that I'm recommending we adjust.
Dr. Ryan, do you have a question? Okay.
I do have a question. When we vote on these constraints, we are voting on what you just recommended, not what's written up there on the board.
That is correct. It's
Okay.
based on my recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We want to read the second one?
The second one and third one stay the same. Sure, if
Okay.
you want to read them, just so we can remember.
Trustee Martinez, you want to take 2?
The board, either collectively or through the actions of individual board members, shall not give or appear to give operational advice or instructions to district staff.
Thank you. Number 3. Quentin, you want to take that one?
Sure. The board, either collectively or through actions of individual board members, shall not behave in a manner that erodes trust and respect among the team of 10.
Thank you both. Anybody have any other questions of Monica? All right, we good?
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. This was a lot tonight, and we're going to get to where we need to get to be.
We
And
will.
We'll do it with your help, so thank you very much.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Dr. Scribner, I'll turn it back over to you for the technology update report.
Thank you. Item 5A is our technology update, long-range master plan. The following three presentations, were requested by the board that we provide these overviews. So we will begin with our technology update with our Chief Technology Officer, Marlon Shears. Following that, we will go into bilingual education and special education, and Dr. Marcy Sorensen and her team will will take us through those presentations. First, we'll start with Marlon.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. Good evening, trustees, everyone in attendance. Today, I'm proud to present the technology update, which will start with the technology master plan and talk about some of the initiatives that we have ongoing at this time. As you see, the title of this is Technology with a Strategic Purpose, and I just want to say that with emphasis because our motto is do not do anything that does not support students when it comes to technology. Within my first 60 days on the job, I ran an assessment to align the technology department with the alignment and beliefs of the superintendent. And through that assessment, you can see the results. My actual result when I came on was lower than the superintendent on where the technology department was. I felt that we were struggling not in the sense of doing the day-to-day job, but struggling because we were putting out fires on a day-to-day basis. So we were working, but we weren't working smartly. The optimal portion that you see on there is where the superintendent felt we should be if we had a little guidance and we made a little bit of increases in our performance. And at the top, you can see where I thought we could be within 3 years, and that's transformative. I felt that way because of the talent that was on the team, and with the proper guidance and the proper strategies that align to business, we could become a transformative department. And as you see, technology departments that are aligned with business objectives, which is supporting students, are going to be more successful than those that implement technologies in silo. So some of the top priorities, and these priorities came from interviewing my colleagues within the first 90 days, walking school sites, and from the Technology Master Plan Committee that you'll see in the next slides. Some of the things that we realized is that we need to maximize our E-rate. For those that are not familiar with E-rate, it's the amount of money that we get from the FCC on a 5-year rolling basis, except for 2020 was an out year where most school districts got their total allotment plus around 30%. To give you a little bit of how much money Fort Worth gets, for our new 5-year commitment, which started last year, we received almost $14 million of E-rate funds. I'm happy to say that previously, well, I'm not happy to say, but previously in our 5-year cycle, the district left around $5 to $8 million on the table of unspent E-rate money. Within the 2020 year, we didn't maximize that value at all either. Within the last 2 years, the year that I came on, and this year, we just put our application in today, $9 million of the $13 million that we are allotted, which means that we're making steady progress in upgrading the technologies in our schools. One of the other things that was very obvious when walking through schools is that we needed to upgrade the technology, and we'll talk on that later on. Then came the community Wi-Fi project to support those students through the pandemic that we found didn't have adequate Wi-Fi access, and we'll touch on that. And then just aligning the technology to support the schools, and I'll touch on that also. And we also needed just to improve our processes and procedures in order to meet that transformative measure that we seek. So in doing so, in support with leadership, we reorged the organization. One, we're focused on putting supports back out to the campuses, creating positions that would actually reside in campuses to support students and faculty. No longer will we be housed in warehouses and behind closed doors, but we move our supports back closer to schools. Increasing the help desk support, but also modernizing the technologies that are used. So no longer do you have to just get on the phone, where you'll be able to now text, get a call back, have virtual agents answer your questions, and have autonomous processes that can help you without having to talk to individuals. Increasing our campus security systems. As we all know, that security on our campuses is of the utmost importance to protect our students. Having governance through project management office to support our projects, to make sure that we put projects with governance in place that align to the business strategies and objectives. And also to separate the offices so that we have clear roles and duties and objectives for my staff and the staff that supports other departments so that they can get the job done and be efficient. And that's where the IT business services team came from. And one of the other things that was important is that working with HR, or talent management, as I should say, reaching out and wanting to turn into a performance-based organization based on SMART goals and objectives and accountability and holding our team to the highest standards while also having SMART goals for their professional development and trajectory within their careers. So after we went through all of these tasks with colleagues, it was time to do our master plan. This district has been without a master plan for a year, and we've created one. It's right now in processing, going through last reviews of writing and such, and it should be ready by mid-April. But from that, this was the committee. The goal was to have IT staff, district feedback, school staff feedback from principals. We had teachers, we had community members, and we also had parents. But we also didn't forget our key stakeholders are students. So we had a student panel that came for one day to address the master plan and let us know what are they missing on their day-to-day activities and what do they seek from technology that will help them meet their career aspirations. And we thank those students from South Hills. From our time during the master plan, there was a call to action that came out. Normally, I don't like to read slides, but I'll read this one. Create a culture that empowers and equips every student with tools and resources to achieve their greatest potential. We believe that IT is a wraparound service. We support every department in every school, and we'll do anything to make their goals and aspirations achievable from a technology perspective. These are our master plan goals. I won't read these, but through this, the first goal, and all of them have objectives and all of them have actions, and that will be presented in the plan, along with measurable outcomes that we will track over the 3-year period to see if we're successful or not. But the goal from this one thing was to make sure that we have PD. Too often that we throw devices and we throw technologies, but we don't provide our teachers with adequate PD to make them efficient in the classroom. Understand that everybody doesn't learn technology at the same pace. So now we made sure that within one of our goals, we work with professional development to ensure that technology is no longer thrown out, but also wrapped around supporting services. One of the other things that was critical is the cheapest device is not the best device. Our students deserve devices that support their curriculum and support the objectives that are going on within the district. And Goal 2 was all about making sure that we get the right device for our students. As you keep going on, it talks about efficiency, talks about sustainability, not just using ESSER funds, but creating and working with financial department to ensure that whatever we put in schools is sustainable from here on out. And the last goal, which was important, was creating a system, an ecosystem of technology that supports the modern learner. Artificial intelligence, advanced robotics, working with CTE to increase their programs, ensuring that they have the digital tools that are necessary to support the programs that Dr. Science puts in place, along with my other colleagues that support the curriculum of our students. So briefly, I just want to talk on some of the objectives that we've been reaching and accomplishing this year, and we continue to work on. Dr. Scribner reached out to me within my first 90 days and said, we need to get the students of our community Wi-Fi. And we reached out and we started with 4 schools. Now we're increasing that to 24 schools total, which will support, as signed up today, around 3,000 students. Okay? And from that, right now, we had 101.2 households sign up, and the way we calculate that is around 2.5 students per household. And we'll be finished with this objective in June of 2022, and we actually started phase 2 in March. These green dots are all the households that are signed up as of today within Fort Worth, and we'll be able to cover all those green dots that you see on that picture. I'm also glad to say that we signed up for a federal program to put Wi-Fi on 200 of our 400 buses. As of today, we have 67 buses that have Wi-Fi installed. This is the beginning to a lot of work. We're working with Dr. Colburn in operations to increase or to provide transparency on our ridership. So our students will now be able to get on the internet on their school bus drive, check out and study on the internet before that important test, while also being able to check other things on their way to school and just instead of sitting in a seat. But it'll also provide parents transparency of where is my bus? Is my student on the bus as we continue to do ridership applications moving forward? One of the things that stood out to me, and as a leader was actually troubling, was when we walk in the classroom with old technology. It was my job, and I'm brought on to ensure that our technology supports our student endeavors. And one of the things that stood out was the old flat panels or flat boards that are in our classroom. Actually, I almost got knocked out by one because it was so old and ancient. This project will replace every flat panel in every school, in every classroom in our schools. We anticipate finishing high schools in October of 22, and we anticipate finishing this project with middle schools in December of 2023. If we can finish sooner, we will, but we have some constraints that are wrapped around projects and supply chain, but our goal is to finish no later than December of 2023. Video and access control. Many are like, why did you do that? It's important to know and keep our kids safe with the most modern video and access control systems allowable or that are accessible, I'm sorry. This is critical because the new cameras will learn patterns within hallways. It will help security be able to find out where incidents are by looking at patterns in traffic movement, looking at where students are congregating where they normally don't congregate, and being able to see who comes in and out of our schools. So video and access control and increasing our security was one of our key initiatives. And as you see, we'll be starting at Eastern Hills and finishing that along with Trimble Tech by the end of April. And some of the additional modernization projects that we have are just increasing our network bandwidth. We also have new devices for our teachers, for our students. Along with, for those new devices, we've listened to parents. Parents are always concerned about how long their students are on TV. With the new platform, parents will be able to monitor their students' device after school hours. If they don't want their students to be on the internet or they want them to have downtime, they will be able to take that device, take it offline during those hours to support what they believe they want to parent. So we've been listening to parents, and we want to give them those management tools so that they can do as they see fit with their students beyond on the internet after school hours. And as I mentioned, we'll have a new service system to support customer service. We will be moving into taking calls from parents and students after hours to support their application requests and things of that nature. And as I mentioned, it will have chat features, autonomous questions, very vast knowledge bases to support the different mediums that a modern organization should of our size. So that is just a brief update from technology, and I'm more than happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
Thank you so much for that succinct but thorough report. I just wanted to say how happy I am to see the parent device management tool being enacted, and I think it will go a long way in giving parents a better bird's eye view of their use of technology after school hours and as it relates to their schoolwork. So thank you so much.
Welcome.
Trustee Ryan?
What is our current turnaround time for broken laptops and Chromebooks to get them in and get them back?
That's a good question. Right now, I don't have the exact time, so I have to get back to you. But I can tell you this much: it's not as fast as I would like.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a couple of questions. One, the master plan. Thank you. You're inclusive of students, inclusive of everybody geographically throughout the district. I wanted to know, we didn't have one for a year. Was that related to COVID, or was that related to some other issues we had?
COVID and just the transition in leadership.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the way that you processed that. Anytime we can include students, I think it just makes a huge difference for them. Also, for interactive flat panels, I'm excited, but can you tell everybody here the reason that we're excited about them? Because I know you are.
Yes, so interactive flat panels, especially in elementary schools, allows for a collaborative exercise. And so we brought in flat panels, and we brought teachers in, and we said, tell us the ones that you like. And the ones that they liked really bred for engagement of students in collaborative exercises. And so you can take the screen and break it up into 3 and have students do different math problems. You can have them engage in different exercises at the same time. They have tools like, Wheel of Fortune, and the kid gets to go up to the board and spell first. And so it's just a way to gamify and to actually increase engagement within the classroom using technology.
Well, from now on, Monica, we're going to utilize the games to play Lone Star Governance. And that's how we're going to get to where we need to go. I have one last question. Selection of the schools for Phase 1, thank you, first and foremost. But are we going to monitor the success of those? I may have missed the question, but we'll monitor the success of those and then move on throughout the district?
Is this for the community Wi-Fi or for the...
I'm sorry, for the video and access control.
Yes, so the video and access control, the way we came up with the first schools is that I found it imperative to make sure that we went into each trustee district and did a school within your district instead of, putting all the schools in one trustee district. So the project is actually starting off with one school in each one of your districts. So it was very strategic to put that first group in the way we selected the schools.
That's awesome, thank you. Last question, Wi-Fi. What is our partnership with the city of Fort Worth? I see us extending and reaching out and getting this done into the community, but how is the city of Fort Worth working with us?
We've had conversations with the city of Fort Worth. They're using a different technology, but that does not mean that we don't collaborate. We actually have loaned out our rooftops and our buildings in support of their effort, and then we've also reached back out to them to look for locations where we can support our towers or our access points to support our effort as well.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson, and thank you, Mr. Sears, for this report. To expand on the question that Trustee Jackson just asked, when we're providing Wi-Fi to students in schools, we are also providing Wi-Fi to their parents, to their neighbors, to their community members, because there's a radius that it's serving, which is good. You can't get a job without Wi-Fi. You can't pay your bills without Wi-Fi. Every day I'm creating an account or doing something on the computer that helps sustain.
They're not supporting our Wi-Fi project. They have their own. Just to clarify, I think, and to be clear, the students take home a modem from us, and so only the family members, the family members can get on the Wi-Fi. We don't lock it down to the student device at this time, so it would only be family-based specific. Unless let's be honest, unless you're in range of their house and it's bleeding outside their house, you could access it.
Okay, thank you. Excellent presentation, and thank you for all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you.
Dr. Scribner?
Thank you very much, President Jackson. At this time, we'll turn it over to Dr. Marcy Sorensen. She'll introduce her team to take us through the bilingual ed and the special education updates.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. On this wonderful March evening, I would like to introduce my colleagues, soon-to-be Doctor. I know she's like, yep, any day now. Clarice Runhal, I'm the Executive Director of Multilingual Education, because we serve many languages here in Fort Worth ISD. But she would like to give us an update on the multilingual department in Fort Worth ISD. Clarice?
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, trustees. And so I will go ahead and get started with updates from our department. First of all, just kind of starting off with the numbers of our emergent bilingual students by program. So you'll see the total at the top, and then you'll see the numbers for each of the different types of programs that our students are currently served in. So we have the one-way dual language programs, we have our two-way dual language programs, we have ESL at elementary, ESL at secondary, and then we have our newcomer program. And we do also have students whose families have denied services, so we still monitor their performance as well. On here, you'll see all of our biliteracy framework guiding principles. This was part of a big initiative that we did in collaboration with the literacy department to ensure that whether it was literacy or biliteracy, that we were aligned and that we had our guiding principles set forth to make all of the decisions that we made throughout for instruction of our students. And so here you'll see where we kind of made the big shifts in different areas. The first one, of course, is our instructional pedagogical shift. And this was big because as Dr. Sorensen has shared throughout several presentations, and as we've been reviewing the data, we're looking at what she calls a seismic shift, right? And it starts with mindset. We have to be in the right frame of mind as we look at how are we going to instruct our students. So there's been a big shift in how we develop biliteracy for our students. And that, of course, started with our biliteracy framework. We also looked at teaching for biliteracy through a simultaneous biliteracy development framework. Tying also, of course, the science of reading, specifically for emergent bilingual students. And that also meant looking at unifying our dual language model. Coming in, one of the things that we noticed was there was various different types of dual language models implemented, and so we kind of wanted to make sure that we provide that equity for students across the board. So that meant putting in place one model for all of our students. Secondly, we looked at equity for the instructional materials. We did note that we were lacking some instructional materials available in both languages, so that was a big priority for us. Most importantly, though, we had to look at targeting authentic materials. So we didn't want to buy the same product translated from one language to the other. We actually wanted to make sure that the materials we put in front of children were authentic to the language in which that product was being used. So we were very intentional, specifically when we looked at supplementing our phonics materials in Spanish and purchased materials specifically designed to teach Spanish in an authentic way. So as we boosted the materials on both ends, we looked for that authenticity. We also looked at providing our families with biliteracy resources at home, and similar in various approval processes prior to this meeting. You all have approved products such as Footsteps to Brilliance and book bundles to put in front of children. Thirdly, we also looked at targeting our professional learning for our teachers as well as for our administrators. So we really reset the goals for the type of training that we were going to provide our teachers. And we've also dug deep in providing this training for our leaders, for our campus leaders. So our principals have gone through opportunities with content deepening, specifically on dual language. And they're also currently going through a series where they're learning information about the biliteracy framework as well. We've also had a similar struggle as many other districts do in finding bilingual and ESL certified teachers. So we really boosted the type of professional development we have to prepare them, looking at within who we have teaching here in Fort Worth ISD that could maybe add on a bilingual and ESL certification to their to their repertoire of abilities and getting trained and passing that assessment. So we've put in place through some ESSER funding as well an incentive to boost that number. And we are almost about at 100 more teachers who are now certified either bilingual or ESL just this school year. So we're excited that that number continues to increase because that's more classrooms with appropriately certified teachers. And then, of course, supplementing all of our professional learning through materials and hands-on learning for our teachers. These are some of the key images of some of the products that we've put out for our teachers and our administrators as far as how do we develop biliteracy in Fort Worth ISD. So you'll see our biliteracy framework that mirrors and aligns to the literacy framework that was designed, that includes our guiding principles, our call to action, the shifts that we're making instructionally, and the foundational fundamental for in literacy and what that looks like specifically in our dual language classrooms. We also aligned everything into the lesson structure of the instructional framework, and then also provided a very clear and concise plan for our teachers to know exactly what contents they're teaching in which language per grade level. So we were very direct in providing a content language allocation plan for our teachers so that we're all on the same page. When we looked at how we approach initial literacy, we wanted to make sure that everyone understood kind of where we've been and where we're going moving forward. We had the sequential approach to literacy where students before were learning to read in their native language and then adding the second language at around second grade. Then we also had some of our schools engaged in more of a initial literacy where they were all learning to read in the partner language, which was coming from our Spanish immersion model. And we kind of are taking the best of them and now using a simultaneous model where the students are learning to read in both languages from the very beginning. Why the big shift? We really wanted to make sure that we capitalize on the strengths of our students and make sure that we take advantage of what we like to say, their young age. As we're starting, we don't want to hold them back in any way and begin to expose them to the literacy specifically in both languages, because we know that that's kind of going to set the foundation for our students as we build up from grade level to grade level. So our 3 goals within our dual language model are to have bilingualism and biliteracy, to have high academic achievement in both languages, and to really build that social cultural competence. And we believe this shift was going to help us do that. This is just a kind of a glance at our language allocation plan and how it is by grade level. So you'll see in pre-K and K, we made the shift to 80-20. 80% of the day is taught in Spanish with the subjects of Spanish literacy, math, science, and social studies. And then their 20% of the day is now for the English literacy. So we wanted to make sure from the get-go, we're teaching them those foundational skills. And then you'll see the gradual changes in first and second grade at 60-40, and then 3rd through 5th grade where it's exactly 50-50. Some of our campuses are using Amplified as a pilot this year, and so they've been using what we call the alternating weeks model. And so for the literacy portion, they alternate between the two languages for reading and language arts, and you'll see that kind of broken down from one week to the other, from kinder through 5th grade. And here's just a visual of some of the resources that we provided. Again, we wanted to make sure that the products we put in place in our classrooms were authentic to the Spanish language. So we purchased Estrellita pre-K and kindergarten. We purchased Lunita for 1st and 2nd grade, as well as Esperanza for 1st and 2nd grade, and then Escalera for 3rd through 5th grade. So all of the products are authentic to teaching Spanish phonics. And so that was very important to make sure that our teachers had the appropriate resources. And then just closing off, wanting to let you know some of the family and community outreach events that we have planned going on pretty soon. These are in collaboration with the Early Learning Department, with the Communications Department, to ensure that our emergent bilingual families are included in a lot of these events, and that we're reaching out to them to educate them as well and empower them in educating their children. And that's all we have right now for an update, so I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and then I will turn it over to my other colleague, Corey Gollum.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, I guess I'm talking. I thought we'd start with telling you basically what is specialized academic support services. You might want to know what areas are within that, and then we might go from there into who are the students that we serve. And then from the students that we serve, we'll focus in a little bit on special ed and then end up with some initiatives. So who is Specialized Academic Support Services? Or as you can see, we like to call ourselves SAS. It truly is a full continuum of different supports. Everything we do follows an intervention system, like a multi-tiered system that you see in supports with MTSS, starting with library media services, educational technology, gifted and talented services, psychological services, special program, which includes MTSS 504, American Indian, homeless, dyslexia services, and special education services. When we say continuum, what we're saying is our biggest priority really is to focus on teaching and learning and to provide supports within the Tier 1 environment. And then we move a little bit into advanced support, which typically means things that we do outside of the classroom environment that we prepare the teacher for. And we do that through library media, training the teachers on ed tech. We also do in-class support, where we may have some teachers that come in to collaborative teaching, co-op, co-teaching. And then we get, and our most intensive is specialized support, where we have to pull out the students to get specialized instruction. So when you look at the population of the kids that we serve, I think this is based on October snapshot, and you can see what's happened. I'm going to go on the next slide and show you in our trend over the 4 years. But when you see, this is the different areas that we serve, and the increase that we have in the MTSS population, and those are kids that are requiring interventions, and it's all recorded in our PEAMS documentation. And then you can see the number of special ed kids that we serve. This total group of kids is about 41% of the population that we serve in Fort Worth ISD. And I say that because if you look over the past 4 years, you can see 4 years ago, the district enrollment was much higher, and it has decreased in in 21, 22. But where we haven't decreased, or I'll say we've increased, in our specialized instruction needs. Special ed has gone up, MTSS has gone up, Section 504 has gone up, dyslexia has gone up, and our homeless population. So you're thinking, what happened in 1920 and 2021? That was our pandemic year. That's when we had the COVID. That's when we had our unstructured development of educational or learning loss, right? So what in 21-22, we find that we're having more services that we're providing to our students. Let's focus a little bit on where this ends up with our special ed. Special education, I think, if you look at it, it's really what we call a two-pronged test. So we have kids that have to have a disability, and that's what you see up here. These are the kids that we serve in the categories by IDEA B that says what are the categories that we must serve within special ed. But not only do they have to have a disability, they have to have an educational need. It's called the two-prong. So Fort Worth serves we serve in special education over 8,000 kids, which is approximately 11% of the total kids that we see. This is free and appropriate education at no cost to parents. But where are these kids served? You can see, looking at this chart, 76% of these kids are in a general ed environment, are kids that are in inclusion and resource and speech only. More than 50% of their time is in a general ed environment. The other groups that you see have specialized individualized instruction that may be in a pull-out setting. What we did over the last 3 years was we really wanted to look at how can we align our services to truly match the kids that we're serving within special ed environment. And then within our first few years, we focused really on compliance because we had to get all of our compliance. We're federally mandated. We have state mandates, guidance that we must follow. So I'm happy to say last year we had a cyclical review from TEA and we met our compliance. And we also had our state performance indicators where we had 100%. Which is a big achievement for Fort Worth. I mean, and it's a large school district, so it's a very good achievement for this size. And then what we thought we should focus on truly was our most intense services, which is in our specialized classroom. We redesigned our classrooms. We focused on having a full continuum of curriculum because that's a wide variety of kids that are in them, starting from developmental to foundational to really get them into grade level. We needed to have a variety of curriculum supports. And then this year, what we're really looking at is our academic instructional supports, where you saw that the majority of our students are. And that's where we looked at accessibility tools that we purchased that not only do instructional accommodations, but will provide access to assessment accommodations. So it will really help our kids within the general environment. And then we also looked at standard-based instruction and looking at helping our teachers with professional development on writing appropriate goals and objectives to get them where they needed to be and to be able to measure those. So I'm going to end on a good note. See, I went very fast on this one. And this is one of our big things that we did this year. We thought, noticing with COVID, there was a lot of, like I said before, unstructured time we had for 2 years where a lot of our kids were really struggling to maintain. And then all of a sudden we brought them back in 21 and 22 and said, now you're in a structured environment. So not only did it throw the students off, it also was hard on some of the teachers. So we developed a program called Active Classroom Management, which was done with a multidisciplinary training team, meaning we looked at equity, we used student support, we used our psych services, we used all different departments to help us develop this. And we did 4 major components where we talked about, we trained the teachers, and we started with the beginning of the year with training over 200 brand new teachers, right at the New Teachers Week. And to this, I think up to April when we took the last count, we had over 400 teachers that have been trained with this. We also can go out to the classrooms, anybody that requires it. We're looking at our focus schools. Anybody that asks, we'll come out and do this. But we look at the structured classrooms. We talked about relationships before tonight. We were talking how important relationships are. They talk about building positive relationships, the teacher and the student, because you have to like the kids you're teaching. So they talked about that, and then they do what are the motivating desired behaviors you see, because kids need to know what their expectations are, and kids like structure. And so then we talked about if they do need behavior modification, what are the things we do every day to keep those kids engaged, and how do we help our parents at home keeping our kids engaged and activated and things. So we really worked on that. And so that's where I wanted to end, and I thought we'd start somebody mentioned this to me today about the 3 E's. Our real focus is education, efficiency, and efficacy. And so that's what I can say this department really stands for. We truly want to build our education and support it any way we can through the regular teaching and learning environment with all of the supports we do. We want to be efficient, and that's why we're aligning all of our strategies and goals to make sure that it happens smoothly and effectively. And of course, efficacy, because you can't do anything without fidelity. And you can't do anything if we're not measuring and monitoring and metrics that we have to do, because that's what it's all about, to make sure what we're doing is really making a difference. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. Did I hear you say that the Your department went through a cyclical review last year, and you scored 100 on that cyclical review. And that is when, can you elaborate a little bit more on what exactly a cyclical review entails?
So TEA has decided, and I think last year was when they started to do what they're calling cyclical reviews. Every 6 years, they plan to visit every single district in the state. So our time was last year. And we were I don't know if you want to say fortunate, but it was actually a good experience where we had to bring together a lot of different people, and they did it through uploading different files. They looked at different students. They looked at the compliance side, so all of the ARD folders, and that's why I said compliance was so important. They also did interviews with teachers and parents. They also looked at all of our guidebooks, our manuals, everything like that. And then we came back and we didn't have anything that we had to write a corrective action plan for.
Okay, that's awesome. And I would like to publicly and verbally commend you and your department for that accomplishment, because to receive 100 on a cyclical review is amazing. So thank you for the hard work that your team put in to make that happen. Thank you.
Looks like that's all the questions.
All right.
Oh, Roxanne, I'm sorry, you didn't show up.
Again, congratulations. I'm looking at slide 5 and just wanted to dig a little deeper. I know, well, first of all, looking across this chart, it looks like nearly every category increased except for the gifted and talented actually had a decrease. How can we get that back up to the pre-COVID numbers?
Well, thank goodness my director is here, so he's listening to you with that question, so he'll take note to that. But they are actually looking at how they're delivering services. And they're, next year right now they've changed a little bit where they go out 4 teachers every other week. So they're going to change it so they can service more campuses and break it down to 2 teachers going out every week to get a few more services done so we can reach more kids. But he is very, he's been looking at it. And I would say that COVID did impact it a little bit. You know, we didn't have as many, just not the chance to be able to get out to some of those campuses and really work with those kids and do some of those initiatives that he's working on. I will say one of the big purchases that we're going to do with the ESSER funds, as soon as we, the supply demand comes back, is they're purchasing mobile vans so that they'll actually be able to take a whole unit out to the campus, and so that they'll have more time to spend out there and maybe work more with the community in the feeder schools.
I'll also transfer over as the person in the middle here, is that we've also looked at the data and found another kind of area of need. So I'll also allow Ms. Runhell to answer one of the pieces that we found in the data.
So looking at our emergent bilingual student data, we also found that there was a really small number of emergent bilingual students who are identified as gifted. And so Michael and I have actually been working on, we proposed a position for next year funded through our Title III funds, who will be a sort of a liaison between our both departments. So there'll be an emergent bilingual gifted and talented coordinator. And part of their main responsibilities will be one, looking at, we're going to do a thorough review at how we identify gifted students who are emergent bilingual students, to make sure that we don't have any biases and so forth in the identification of students. But we're also going to do some education on campuses as well as with parents, because some of the screeners may be intimidating some of them as far as recommending students for testing and identification of students. So we are actually working together to try to remedy that and to find a solution for students. So we're going to be paying very close attention to that in this next school year.
That's great to hear. And then I also just wanted to dig a little deeper. I think you gave COVID as a reason why there's such a significant increase in the MTSS intervention strategy indicator. It's such a significant number. Are these students who were with us prior to COVID, or are we seeing other students may be coming into Fort Worth ISD to get this service, to get this particular service?
I would say, I'm not going to say there's kids coming in from the other areas. I would say that what we're really doing is better identification of those that need it right now. I do think COVID, we had some students that really did well with virtual, but many that did not. And if you look at the national average, most of our kids are about 4 months behind in reading and about 5 months behind in mathematics. So I think you will see from our screeners and from the MAP data and everything that we're testing, we're seeing more and more kids that are needing that service that just lagged before because they weren't getting direct services.
And the other thing that I would answer Trustee Martinez is that some of that identification comes from HB 4545 and the required designation of MTSS designation of students who did not pass STAR. And so that's why the number is what it is, because of the required designation of an MTSS kind of check
That makes sense,
based upon HB 4545.
Okay, thanks. And I was also wondering if part of it was also with kids being home and parents, you know, having kind of closer eye, if they were able to identify as well some needs there. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was excellent. Right now, we'll move on to number 6, public comment addressing items on this agenda. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda, as well as those of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and we will take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity cannot be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our community as well as our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask that the audience refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. Per board policy, BED local, to allow everyone this evening the opportunity to speak, each presentation must be at 1 minute or less, unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will start. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. Also this evening, some individuals would like to voice their opinions but are unable to physically attend. Those written statements were shared with the Board of Trustees prior to this meeting and will not be read aloud during the meeting. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible. We understand we are stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Scott Blanco Davis.
Good afternoon. First off, I'd like to thank the people that have contacted me after my offer. One of them asked me what my goal was to come here and talk to the board about. And it kind of made me think, because really and truthfully, it wasn't my goal. I really didn't think it'd be worth coming up here. I had made the decision 2 years ago not to help the district with anything more because I didn't think it was worthwhile. So for the people that contacted me, thanks for giving me a little bit of hope. It's one of the most progressive things I've seen and forward thinkings I've seen in a long time from the district, and I've been here 30 years. In truth, I came because my colleagues around the district wanted the board and wanted downtown administration to hear their stories, and they were scared to come on their own. so I came in their place. Now I'm asking for my students, if you could please quit putting the benchmark exams at the same time as TELPAS.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lee Muhammad, followed by Lexi Lovett.
To the board, the word education is derived from the Latin word educere, which means to lead out. True education means to lead out, to be able to extract from everyone those hidden gifts, talents, and skills. We believe the Fort Worth ISD school system must address and incorporate a missing component that will help in the process of bringing forth latent human potential. That missing component is a true and thorough knowledge of self and others. When the human body is deficient in any vitamin or mineral, the body becomes malnourished and imbalanced. In order to correct the imbalance, certain foods are ingested in order to restore balance. When a school body that is predominantly black and brown are deprived of the knowledge of themselves, their history and culture, at best they learn to use wit and skill to maneuver in a hostile environment, but never learn to create new circumstances because they lack this prerequisite knowledge. The behavioral problems, the lack of interest and ambition, the dropout rate can be traced to low self-esteem and a distorted self-concept. A new knowledge rooted in self that leads to a change in attitude.
Time.
Thank you. Lexi Lovett will be followed by Christy Beck. I know 1 minute is short, but let's be fair to everybody.
May I start? Okay, thank you. What a privilege it is to be elected to serve on a board that makes decisions for now 76,000 students and more than 10,000 employees. To use that privilege without transparency and without accountability is not okay. There are parents of 76,000 students who trust Fort Worth ISD with their children. There should be no secrets about what is taught in school, what is included in surveys, or what is discussed in committees where student involvement is encouraged. You were voted into your positions to represent all of the parents of students, taxpayers of Fort Worth, and other community members, not because people think you have a higher moral compass. You need to be transparent and make your priority to ensure kids are learning how to read and put 2 and 2 together. You need to accept that, or you need to leave. Thank you.
Christy Beck will be followed by Meredith Bowman.
Hi, I wanted to ask the question, what is the purpose of education? We can get so bogged down in all the details and the inner workings of education, but have you ever really answered that question for yourself, or as a board, discussed the answer to that question? The answer matters. According to Thomas Sowell, in his 1993 book, Inside American Education, quote, "The purpose of education is to give the student the intellectual tools to analyze, whether verbally or numerically, and to reach conclusions based on logic and evidence." Would you agree with this statement? Do you want students to be able to draw conclusions based on logic and evidence? If you answered yes, then why would the board want to implement programs like social emotional learning? Sowell states, quote, "The emotionalizing of education not only takes time away from intellectual development, it also casts teachers in the role of amateur psychologists, though they are unqualified to gauge the consequences of their manipulations of
Time,
children's
please.
emotions."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Meredith Bowman will be followed by John Holdridge.
Thank you. For CRT, Rita Peterson, if you've ever heard of her, talks about building relationships with our students. Instead of blaming all the things, you can blame all the things all day long, but until you start owning responsibility for healing instead of using equity issues, SEL, CRT, or whatever name you have for it now. As a veteran teacher, I can tell you the relationships are what matter for our children. Trauma is why any of these behaviors, disruptive, victimize, being bad choices, the surveys are being done illegally in this district, and every single one of us know that. There is still CRT training on the Teachers Fort Worth ISD Eduphoria page, and that is disgusting. Teaching division instead of unity will always hurt our children, community, and society. Did these surveys even help our students? No. There's been zero follow-up. In fact, it's gotten worse. Stop mining our children and our teachers. According to 4 of our Fort Worth ISD trauma specialists, healthy conflict resolution begins and ends with relationships and connections. Why are they not leading the efforts with us in this for
Time,
students
please.
to be successful?
Thank you. John Holdridge, followed by Dr. Michael Bell. John Holdridge, followed by Dr. Michael Bell, who will be followed by Mike C.
One of the precepts of the 1619 Project is that this nation was founded on pro-slavery principles and that all white people are oppressors of minorities. And Frederick Douglass is often referenced in this claim. But in his later writings, after much research, Frederick Douglass concluded that the Constitution is not a pro-slavery document, but rather an anti-slavery document, a radical change in his opinions. Also of interest after the findings are the findings of Carter Woodson, known as the father of black history. One might think that only white people owned black slaves. But Mr. Woodson's extensive research into the 1830 census revealed that about 30% of free black households in the South also owned black slaves. Additionally, Native Americans owned black slaves and even a higher percentage than white Americans. In summary, slavery has existed in all races and all nations since the beginning of time. It is not an exclusive white phenomenon, so
Time, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get our history straight. Thank you.
Dr. Michael Bell will be followed by Mike C.
I'm here tonight in part because we're concerned that our school-age children, who, by the way, are under repeated assault by those misguided racist interests hell-bent on furthering our children's miseducation, our children's social, emotional wellness is being sacrificed on the altar of political expediency. This district's student body is made up of more than 90% students of color. And those who attempt to limit the civic development of our children will no longer be the only voice heard at these board meetings. Our children's education requires that our community stand up and push back. This isn't South Lake or Cypress Fairbanks, and we're unafraid and we'll be consistent and persistent in our advocacy for our children, educators, administrators, and board members who are willing to do the right thing. It's bad enough that the public school teachers are under a bigoted state-imposed gag order aimed at whitewashing this country's racist past and present.
Time, please. Thank you.
Mike C. will be followed by Carlos Tercios.
With the recent resignation of Jacinto Ramos, we urge the board to terminate the superintendent. We cannot wait for 2 years to see him leave. Fort Worth ISD needs a superintendent, not halfway out the door. We need a superintendent that is not woke, and will improve scores. Scribner has led Fort Worth ISD to the ground of failure. More than 10,000 students have left the ISD since 2016. Scribner has supported equity and critical race theory. Scribner has created the Equity Department, a department that wastes $2 million, so only 22% of black students and 33% of Hispanic students are in grade level. What's even more hypocritical is their equity committee shut their doors to the public. Why not be transparent? Shouldn't there be courageous conversations? C.J. Evans, your progressive squad, such as Ramos, Quentin, and
Time,
Roxanne,
please.
stop being
Time.
Time, please.
Carlos Tercios. Ms. Garibay will be the timekeeper. Carlos Tercios, Angel Martinez. I will ask at this time if the officers hear people speaking out, please remove them so that the speakers can be heard. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, Board, Superintendent, and Madam President Jackson. I'm just here to talk about making sure that the superintendent search firms are, of course, adequate. We want a search firm that is going to be doing a good job for the city and making sure that we get a good replacement for the superintendent. I want the board, since we now have a 7-vote board, to actually terminate the superintendent and give him his paycheck. He will get probably $700,000 or $800,000. It's a good investment for the students because he's failed the independent school district. And we cannot wait for 2 years for Scribner to stay until 2024. We elected you. Make sure you hold the superintendent and the bureaucracy accountable, and also follow the new law, SB 3. Make sure you review the department, the handbook of 2024 equity. That needs to be reviewed, or the Attorney General is going to get involved.
Time,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you.
Angel Martinez will be followed by Angie Blake. Go ahead, Angel.
Good evening. Good evening. First off, I would like to thank the trustees for actually moving the time to now rather than midnight. And I wanted to thank Cinto, Dr. Jill, Dr. whatever he goes by these days. I don't know his preferred pronouns now. So don't quote me on that. Think you all are doing a good job caring more about people's pronouns rather than test scores. And I'm so glad Cintos was reading genderqueer rather than paying attention to what parents had to say. That's all I had to say.
We've moved Angie Blake to the end, Wallace Bridges, followed by Martia James.
Good evening, board. I'm excited to be here to really share some great news. We had an opportunity to invite some people to I Am Terrell, people like Cheryl Walker, to tell the amazing history of that school. And many of the students who surrounded them leaned over with excitement. Why? Because they had an opportunity to hear about the great history. A friend of mine came to one of the board meetings about 2 months ago, and he brought his granddaughter. And the thing that she said to him at the end, said, why are these people so angry? What is going on? And he had to explain to her. And many times we have to model behavior what we want to see. What I was so excited about, those young people who heard the history of things that happened at I Am Terrell. It wasn't about hating anybody. It wasn't about walking out not liking yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Martia James, followed by Mrs. James.
Just for record purposes, it's pronounced Martasia James, so if you could start my time over, please, I would appreciate it. Representative, educators, advocates, supporters, upholders. These should be words that come to mind when thinking or referencing to our school board members. Reps such as when we do not see them being a voice for our children or our schools. I continually see our black, brown children in predominantly black and brown schools neglected. For some to say that racism is dead when it comes to our children's education and treatment, well, it seems like it is still 1965 to me. How about you? We as parents, family, teach our children to be fair, but when they see or use the lack of equity being displayed to them, walls are then built which are harder and to later remove. We continue to see the lack of infrastructure within communication and the education. No one knows when and who are pulling the strings, and when it comes to the parents, they lack the knowledge of what is going on. Fort Worth ISD is not Austin ISD. Where Fort Worth is lacking the ample amount of third-party associations where more than willing to step in and help where Fort Worth ISD is lacking.
Time. Thank you.
Mrs. James will be followed by Holly Clemens.
Hey,
started because I ain't at the booth yet. Hey. So I'm going to just tell y'all this. We should stop being concerned about the color of our skin and just be happy that we're here. We're here for an education to make sure our children receive a great education, and it shouldn't be determined by the color of their skin. So what we all need to do, including the school board members, is make sure that our children are out there to receive an adequate education, regardless if they're white, black, brown, or yellow. We're trying to just get an education. We're trying to help our kids become productive citizens. We don't want our kids moving back home at the age of 18 because they didn't get a great start, because they didn't get an adequate education. So all I'm saying is make sure that if you're sitting in that seat, you're sitting there because you care about our kids and not about just being up there being seen and holding a placeholder, okay? It doesn't matter that they're over here fighting for one thing and we're fighting for one thing. What we're all fighting for is great education for our kids to become productive citizens, and create careers, not just jobs, but get a career so they can come back and take care of me.
Time. Thank you.
Holly Plemons will be followed by Patrice Jones.
Good evening, Holly Plemons, mother of 3, Fort Worth ISD parent and taxpayer, back again to talk to you about your lack of respect for parents' rights. I'll remind you again that we are the parents. We are in charge of our children. You were instructed by TEA and TASB to work with parents, not against. You are violating parents' rights given to us by law and by God by giving our children psychiatric and psychological exams via SEL surveys without our consent. You must get parental consent before you begin these surveys on April 18th. Attention parents, mom to mom. Opt your children out immediately. You do not want these unqualified individuals monkeying with your children's brains. This is just another business like Equity, where there are no proven positive results for anyone except those salesmen who are in the business of selling the scam. Thank you.
Patrice Jones will be followed by Carol Gorneri.
I hope everyone's having a good evening. I'm here today, to speak up for the equity department of the Fort Worth ISD that's at risk of being dismantled for no good reason. I want to say distractions dismantles progress. I feel like a lot of times people are sent to distract the progress. I think that the CRT and the true education being provided to children to help them better understand themselves is a positive thing. So for that to be turned around to a negative thing is really sad. To hear that board members are having to resign due to intimidation from these distractors here, I mean, that's sad. Like that shows like where this city is going. And I'm from Fort Worth, and I don't want to see Fort Worth go in that direction. So I hope that you guys can, do the right thing for the children. With it being a majority minority district, it's only right for these kids to know their true history.
Time.
And
Thank
stop
you.
empowering white supremacy. Toby Jackson.
Carol Guarneri will be followed by Jennifer Crossland.
Good evening, board. My name is Carol Guarneri. A month ago, we were here until 1 o'clock in the morning. Toby, we were on the agenda originally for later in the evening. That's why I'm dressed the way I am. I came dressed like this so that I could go home, take my little mask off, my robe, and jump in bed. What we've seen today is your lack of transparency, your lack of information, because I didn't get the email that we were going to be having parent presentations earlier. You changed that today. Toby, we need consistency, we need transparency, and we need accountability from this school board. Thank you.
After Jennifer Crossland will be Missy Cara.
Good evening. I'm the hospitality expert back again for another installment of my lecture. I wanted to talk about, we know we're missing a lot of teachers. We know it's not the salary, you pay well. I wanted to take a look at some of the culture issues. When you look at the Fort Worth ISD priorities, I've written them out here. You have data, instructional planning, observation coaching, student culture, then staff culture. I would like to argue that you have your priorities backwards, and I would recommend more of the servant leadership model where you have the superintendent, school board, leadership, and principals serving teachers who then serve the students who then serve the community. So I think you might want to look at reorganizing those, and maybe you could get some teacher feedback that way. I know you're missing some feedback from teachers, and I made you a comment box so you could maybe try something new because those surveys didn't work. No one answered this survey, so I made this. I'll leave this for you. Maybe this will work. Just
Time. Thank
something
you.
to think about.
Missy Cara will be followed by Carrie Raymeyer.
On item 8I, you're planning to approve a policy about violence, abusive language as follows. No parent of a student, nor any person acting on behalf of a student shall be permitted to direct any form of violence or abusive language toward a student, teacher, school administrator, or other district personnel, or cause damage to be inflicted upon the property of a student or district employee. For the purposes of this policy, abusive language includes any verbal expression that is used intentionally to be offensive, including but not limited to language with racial, ethnic, religious, social, sexual, moral, or physical implications. My question to you is, who gets to define what is intentional and who defines what's offensive? Because these words are subjective and not objective. And my concern is that depending on who is defining these words, this policy could allow parents and others to be removed from district property for verbal disagreements about issues that are related to racial, ethnic, religious, social, sexual,
Thank
moral,
you.
or physical.
Carrie Raymeyer
discussions.
will be followed by Mary Catherine Nolan.
There's a program that has billions of dollars pouring into it. It's being used as a doorway to instill obedience training through children, families, communities, and businesses. It's called social and emotional learning. Language focused on mental health and well-being is used to sell these programs to parents and teachers, and maybe boards. SEL is the basis for a complete mind control system that will penetrate every area of one's life and soon to be equipped with virtual and augmented reality. They're utilizing children in the school system as a doorway to implement the full agenda, including monitoring, tracking, data collection, digital identity, and social credit scoring systems. CASTLE, the mothership of SEL, was created in 1994 by the Rockefeller Foundation. The globalists behind these agendas have long conditioned the minds of parents and educators to believe that regulating emotions of children are necessary and helpful, changing their character qualities to be more adaptable is a must, and keeping their behaviors in check will help their mental health.
Time. Thank you.
Fort Worth ISD uses CASTLE.
Mary Catherine Nolan will be followed by Joe Palmer.
Hello. Once again, I'm not a very good public speaker, but I just wanted to say we need to, well, there's just no time to waste. We need new leadership at Fort Worth ISD. We need a new superintendent right away who does not support equity and critical race, which is now illegal. And we need to put the focus back on critical thinking and not critical race. Knowledge is power, knowledge is opportunity. And to the people here tonight, I just want you to know we are not the enemy. We are here. Where is your anger against these scores? We look at these things. 14% in the district meeting both targets for the PSAT and SAT. We are so far behind even the state levels. This is just not good. It is not good. As I said, knowledge is power, knowledge is opportunity, and these kids have none. We are not the enemy. We're here standing for education.
Thank you.
Joe Palmer will be followed by Pamela Young.
Joe Palmer, District 5. We're not the enemy. I'm really pleased to see a lot of new faces here tonight, and I would like to share, for the benefit of the new people here, what was told to us at the last REC meeting, the Racial Equity Committee meeting, the one before you decided to ban the public from attending. The committee chair acknowledged and admitted two things. Number one, that the Racial Equity Committee has been in existence for 5 years, but critically, he revealed and he admitted that in each of those 5 years, the test scores and the performance levels of minority students in this district has declined in each of those years. So I would submit, if it is our common goal, and it received the most applause tonight, our common goal is for kids to get an education in this district, period, regardless of what they look like, regardless of what color they are. If that is our common goal, then it's reasonable to look at what you're doing and question whether or not it is successful. Your Racial Equity Committee is a miserable failure for all kids of all races in this district. Pull the plug, stop funding it.
Time, thank you.
Pamela Young will be followed by Amy Super. Amy Super will be followed by Key West.
Last board meeting, we had a book recommendation from one of our trustees, so I thought I'd bring one up today. I'm not going to try to read it and multitask at the same time as our trustee did last time because it's just not very effective, neither for me nor for you. But it is a wonderful book, and I highly recommend it for all of your elementary schools in Fort Worth ISD. I didn't write it. Actions speak louder than words. I want you to look out here and look at the way that this room is set up, and you tell me that this is facilitating good engagement between board members and the community. You have more than half of the room for what, maybe 30 people, and you have probably 50 to 100 when this room was filled. We're clustered together in little chairs that have wheels on them with little attached desks that people are falling out of and tripping over themselves to get into. Actions speak louder than words. Reconfigure your room, and you'll get more engagement. Thank you.
Key West will be followed by Alexander Montalvo.
I am here today to express my disappointment with Fort Worth ISD as a whole for the neglect and responding back to me and sweeping my babies under the rug for over a month. My fifth grader is an 8 honor roll student, scoring one of the highest scores in Fort Worth ISD on the STAR test. My third grader was a student of the month. All my kids had perfect attendance. Upon enrolling my kids into Briscoe Elementary, we were homeless until January of 2022. 2 weeks later, I lost my car in transit to getting things from storage. I informed the principal, counselor, and the parent liaison, as well as many Fort Worth ISD staff to the councilwoman about our situation. Open Doors provided bus passes for 1 week for my kids to get to school, only for me to call and be told they will not provide any more for the remainder of the school year. Then I was told only 3 of my kids will be given transport when I have 4 of them enrolled into school. Several people sitting in major positions made my babies the last priority and failed to respond back to me for weeks. My baby has not been to school since February.
Thank you.
For the biased help from the Fort Worth ISD.
Alexander Montalvo. Can we have a staff member speak with our speaker, Key West? Mr. Montalvo will be followed by Todd Daniel.
Thank you, Board. I'm here to request that the Board and school administration stand up to the attacks of misinformation and attacks on the school district that are used purely for political gain. We know the school district needs improvements. We all are here to try to do that work. I want to hear your support for the racial equity work that is needed because we need more investment. We need more allocation to our schools that are in need and those students that are in need. And too often your silence has been very evident to supporting these voices of disinformation. We need you collectively to stand up for our community, especially the 90% of Black and brown students in our community. other school districts have been able to deal with this misinformation campaign that is nationally motivated. We can do the same. Let's work together so that we're working on our students versus this issue.
Time. Thank you.
Todd Daniel, be followed by Angie Blake.
Good evening. 21 agenda items. Got a minute to speak to one of them. So I picked this one. It's not anything super controversial, just, I'm sorry. Agenda item G, approve Workforce Solutions of Tarrant County contract amendment budget increase for the 2021-2022 adult education program. It says from 2017, Workforce Board became the fiscal agent for Fort Worth ISD, became a subcontractor in a grant, with Workforce, Tarrant County Workforce being a fiduciary agent, which is a good thing instead of Fort Worth ISD doing it. So Fort Worth ISD is a subcontractor. They make some money by providing this, this service for adult education. You're asking for 10%. It's the budget is 2.2 million from 2017 assumptions, and you're moving the goalpost now
Time.
suddenly
Thank you.
to 10%.
Thank you.
So you need
Angie
$250,000 more.
Angie Blake.
I think you need to.
Angie Blake. Thank you. Thanks to each of you for being here tonight and for sharing your thoughts. At this time, we'll move on to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to each board member of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Do we have any questions or concerns on the consent agenda? Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. On consent agenda H, I would simply like to, this is the first reading for several new board policies. I would simply like to ask that BDAA local be on the an action item, not on the consent agenda for the second reading on April I believe it will be April the 26th.
So what you would like to do is remove from consent agenda H, approve first reading revisions to board policies.
No, leave it there. For today, I'm asking that when it is the second reading on what I believe will be April 26th during that meeting, that this particular policy be on the action agenda as opposed BDAA local, as opposed to the consent agenda.
Council, are there other options for this so we can approve part of it?
But I'm not asking it be removed tonight.
I'm sorry?
I'm not asking
I
that
understand. I understand. I just wanted to ask if there are other options.
Okay.
Just for clarity.
Okay.
But thank you, Trustee Dar.
And to clarify, Trustee Dar, are you wanting to just sever BDAA local and move it to, what I hear you say, to
Yes.
April? And then you propose moving forward with the remaining of H?
Yes,
To
on
remain
the consent agenda.
For tonight? I
Yes.
think that's possible. It
No,
is.
not for tonight. It's fine the way it's written
Right,
tonight.
okay, but on the
For the
next agenda.
second reading on April the
To
26th.
sever.
Yes,
That should be fine.
thank you.
Okay, we're good. Okay, any other? Thank you, Trustee Dar. Okay, at this time, we will recess and reconvene in the board conference room for executive session. The time is 8:19 p.m. and the date is Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under 55171, 72, 74, and 76. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 PM with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened, open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:41 PM with a quorum present. Do I have a motion accepting consent agenda items? Moved by trustee Dar. We have a second? Second. I got Ryan. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. We have no items removed from the consent agenda. Action items 14A through E are not being utilized tonight. We'll move to 14F, discussion and action to approve proposed non-renewal of certain term contract employees pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. Trustee Ramos.
Yes, thank you, President Jackson. I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to propose non-renewal of the Chapter 21 term contract for Alice Turner Jackson.
Need a second? Thank you. Trustee Martinez with the second. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes with 7 yeas and 1 abstinence. I abstained. G, discussion and action to approve resolution agreement with Sodexo Magic LLC. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips moves. Trustee Martinez, second. I'm impressed at 10:30 at night, we're ahead of technology. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. H, consider and take possible action on process to fill vacancy for District 1. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Ryan, second. Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. I, discussion and action to approve adoption of resolution and order of special election for District 1. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, second. Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. J, discussion and action to approve resolution and order adopting polling locations for the May 7th, 2022 Special District 1 election. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, second. Trustee Phillips, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. At this time, Trustee Evans, would you like to share some good news that you have?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to mention that on March the 10th, Trustee Martinez and I had the opportunity to be at Fort Worth ISD's inaugural student showcase. Do we maybe have some pictures for those? And when you see these pictures, you're going to all wish you were here with us, and you'll have to make plans to attend next year's. So earlier this month, it was the inaugural student showcase, and this whole building was transformed into many stages for our high school programs of choice, STEM, and VPA from all over the district. I will tell you, this room has a lot more energy with the Benbrook High School Show Choir in it than our board meetings. But truly, it was wonderful to speak to the students and to the teachers. A lot of these programs are still in their infancy, relatively speaking. And so these teachers have carried a lot of water to get these programs off the ground from scratch. So it was a real honor to be able to just be one-on-one with them. It was so rewarding to hear about and see the students' hard work in action. I am convinced that there is nothing our students can't do with hard work and high-quality opportunities. So thank you to the Department of Innovation for what you do and for setting up this wonderful inaugural in-person event, and we can't wait for those that come down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. I want to thank all the teachers at South Hills Elementary for their work today, and for all the parents for their understanding and cooperation after last night's incident at South Hills Elementary. And we are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Thanks to all the staff, all the operations who were there this morning and last night to making sure that our students will be back in the classroom. And last, I would like to thank communications for their hard work. They stayed late for the last few meetings. They get here on time to set up this room so we can have this meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Move on to action agenda item K, the level 3 grievance hearing of Adrian Long requires meeting in closed session. So the time is 10:48 p.m. and this board will now move to closed session. The time is 11 p.m. and we are reconvening an open session.
Good evening. My name is Sharisa Alexander, and I will be serving as the presiding officer for this hearing. The purpose of this portion of the meeting is to hear the Level 3 complaint of Ms. Adrienne Long. The hearing is being conducted during a duly called meeting for the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees convened on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2020. This hearing is being held pursuant to the district's complaint policies, and prior to the board holding a Level 3 hearing, the board may meet with its attorneys to discuss the procedural steps involved with the Level 3 appellate hearing pursuant to Texas Government Code 551071. The notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, and we have a quorum present, and the following board members are present: Toby Jackson, Ann Dar, Karen Evans, Angel Luebuenos, Roxanne Martinez, Quentin Phillips, and Dr. Michael Ryan. We're meeting to consider the Level 3 hearing of Ms. Long. Ms. Long, would you and any representatives here please state your name for the record?
My name is Adrienne Long.
And will the individuals responding on behalf of the administration please state your name?
Neil Bonavita.
I will now ask each member of the board whether he or she is able to serve as an impartial member of this body and to arrive at a decision based solely upon the record into this matter and information presented in this meeting, and not on any other information he or she may have heard prior to this meeting. Any member unable to do so should say so now. Not hearing any, we will proceed. A recording of this hearing must be made. Please avoid talking when others are speaking so that the record will reflect the proceeding accurately. This hearing will be conducted as follows. Ms. Long will have an administration, Ms. Long and the administration will have a total of 10 minutes to make their presentations to the board. This is not a formal legal proceeding, so no strict rules of evidence or procedures will apply. Also, there's no cross-examination. The board is not required to consider documentations or claims not previously submitted or issues not previously presented. There will be an opportunity for the board members to ask questions. However, the board members are not subject to questioning by the complainant, administration, or legal counsel. As the complainant, Ms. Long, you will present first. I will keep time for the presentation and will notify you when you have 2 minutes unless you have another arrangement that you would like me to consider. Is 2 minutes good for you? Okay. And so anytime after that you have remaining after your initial presentation, you can reserve that for rebuttal if necessary. And then after the administration presents their side, then you will have the opportunity to rebut during that time period. The administration's presentation will allow follow Ms. Long's initial presentation, and Mr. Bonavita, I'll notify you when you have 2 minutes as well, unless you would prefer a different arrangement.
That arrangement's fine.
Okay, thank you. And any remaining time as well, you can have as rebuttal after Mrs. Long's rebuttal. Following the presentation, the board will meet in closed session, and the board counsel for advice may return to open session to deliberate and take action, if any. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Ms. Long, you may proceed with your presentation, and let me get my timer so that we can begin. You may begin.
Good evening. I wish I could say that it was a pleasure to be here, but I can't. I shouldn't have to be here. What was done to me was wrong. I was wrongfully terminated. I was within Texas law of what I did to protect myself and my students. And the whole time, there's been nothing but ignoring the facts of the case. When you are physically and verbally assaulted by a student, where you end up thrown to the floor, you have the right to defend yourself. What I did was not just out of defense for me, but for the hundreds of students that were walking the halls at that very moment. If we do not have the right to protect our students from an out-of-control, irrational child, where are those children going to be protected? My own son was going to school with me. And after all this happened, he asked me, he said, "Mom, if you can't protect me and no other teacher can protect me, then who's going to protect me?" Do you know what it's like to look in the face of your 14-year-old child and say, "I have no idea. I wish I had the answer"? From that point on, he refused to go back to school. When this was done, this was not just an attack on me. This was an attack on my whole family. This was an attack on my students who trusted and relied on me. I was cleared by the investigator. Then 2 days later, I'm put on administrative leave for 24 hours, told I would receive a reprimand, but I was going to keep my job. Did I agree with the reprimand? No. But I agreed to it because I was keeping my job, and I would be there for my students. Then a week later, I found out I can either be terminated or I can resign. I'm not somebody who's going to resign for something that I didn't do wrong. And I will tell you all right now, if my students' safety was in jeopardy, I would do the same thing again. And I'm pretty sure you all would too. And you would want your child's teacher to protect them. There's been a lot in the almost year that I've been dealing with this. And at first, I just really, really wanted you all to be held accountable for the things that you are doing. And I still want you held accountable. But I also want to tell you that through a whole lot of prayer and devotions, I have found it in my heart to forgive each and every one of you that made the decision that you made against Texas law to fire me. That didn't come easily. I didn't know you. You didn't know me. But I felt betrayed. But I don't hold any ill will towards any of you. But my prayer is that down the line, you look back and you realize the pain that you've caused, not just me and my family, but my students, who you plucked me from without warning. The very students that you swear to protect and that you care about, who trusted me, who relied on me. You plucked me from them and you put them through another sense of abandonment. The kids I worked with, they don't have two-parent homes. They've been abandoned before. And you did the very same thing to them again. Why? To make a political statement? Is that really what this is about? I've already been given the right to sue you from EEOC. And I believe that you do owe me something. I believe you owe me for the time I've lost. I'll never get to work in public school again. I had kids that called me mom. That's how close I was. And all I heard this whole time was having relationships with your students. I had those relationships. But nobody cared. You put me on administrative leave twice for the same thing. The second time, you kicked me out of the system before I had a chance to even talk to my students. So by the time I got back to my classroom, my kids were already kicked off without warning. They had no idea why they had just gotten kicked out of class. And I had no way of telling them anything. I'm asking you today, one, for an apology. I'm not holding my breath, but I am asking for one. But I'm also asking for compensation for the time that I have been out of work, for the physical, the mental, and the emotional anguish that you have put myself and my family through. And I am asking for $500,000 today. And that's not unreasonable considering everything that I've been through. But even though I'm asking, please know that when I go home tonight and I see my children, I can lay my head down and know that I have truly forgiven each and every one of you for the pain that you have caused me and my family. Whatever your decision is, it doesn't change the fact that in the end, I have Christ on my side. I have to answer for what I do. I have to answer for the decisions I make. And I have followed him every step of the way in all of this. And I will continue to do so no matter what you say. I reserve the rest of my time.
Ms. Long, you have 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Well, actually, 2 minutes, 4 seconds, and 32.32. Mr. Bonavides, you may proceed.
Thank you. That's
You're
better,
welcome.
right? Okay. I'd like to put these facts in a little bit of order for the board and for your consideration, and respond as well to some of the allegations or some of the points that Ms. Long has raised today. I want to take the board back to about a year ago, on April of 2021, when Principal Lofton contacted the Office of Professional Responsibility, or Professional Standards, which is the investigative arm for the district, and reported a pushing or shoving incident between Ms. Long and a student. As part of their investigation, OPS obtained the video of the hallway where the incident occurred, and through other investigation and efforts substantiated the claim or substantiated the allegation that Ms. Long had in fact pushed a student in the hallway. I call your attention to Exhibit 7B, which shows an enhanced version of that video where we zoomed in and was provided as part of your record. Ms. Long has stated here today that she was defending her class and her students against an aggressive student. While we can't see what happened in the classroom, what we can see happen is Ms. Long standing, and I'll stand up for a second just so that we can demonstrate, standing in front of the student as the student's about to leave the room, and with both her hands, places her hands on the student and runs into the student, pushing him back into the classroom. And that's the last thing that we see. That's on video. That's not defense. That's an attack. As a result of that, and under no circumstances is that a proper management or classroom management of a student, under any circumstances, she should have let the student go. Instead, she put the student at risk by pushing that student backwards, where the student could have fallen and cracked his skull. But what we have here is a situation which was brought, she received a letter of reprimand, as you guys, as she did acknowledge, and she was ultimately informed that she would be able to return to work under certain circumstances, not to that classroom. Ultimately, because she was on probationary contract, the decision was made to recommend Ms. Long for separation at the end of the year in the best interests of the district, which we were clearly within our rights to recommend given the circumstances. Before that recommendation was made, we attempted as a district to salvage Ms. Long's position, to try to figure out whether she would accept something short of that, some suspension without pay for first 5 days, I believe, then 3. In an attempt to try to return her to work. She sits here today and talks about how we've taken her job away when in fact we had offered her the opportunity to go to a different school. Ultimately, she refused because that's not what she wanted to do. She wanted to defend herself, and she had the right to do that, and we made that recommendation to this board, and this board accepted that recommendation and ultimately separated her from employment and terminated her on June 1st. While that recommendation was pending, Ms. Long grieved the district and initially was claiming that she wanted all of her negative documentation to be removed from the file, and she wanted compensation that she described and has been consistent about receiving about $500,000 in damages for the pain and suffering and mental anguish that she experienced as a result of the actions that the district was taking. That's been consistent. She also raised the specter within the body of her level 1 that she was being treated differently than other teachers of other races. And ultimately, as she alluded to as well, filed an EEOC claim against the district claiming that she was being discriminated against on the basis of the fact that she was white and that other teachers in the district were treated differently. We attempted to mediate the resolution to that case with the Fort Worth Human Relations Commission. That was unsuccessful, and since it was unsuccessful, we fully defended that claim. Ultimately, included in your packet as well is the findings of the Fort Worth Human Relations Commission, where they found, after an extensive investigation of their own, that the investigation produced no evidence that the charging party was treated differently from others or subjected to an adverse employment action because of her race. They ruled that out. Further, the Fort Worth Human Relations Commission failed to determine any causal connection between Ms. Long's complaint and the termination of her probationary contract. They concluded that there was no reasonable cause to believe that the district violated any of the EOC's regulations, Title VII, or the local Fort Worth ordinances regarding employment discrimination. So, as a result of that, the EEOC reviewed the Fort Worth Human Relations Commission's response and approved it. They adopted those findings, concluding the same thing. So the right to sue that Ms. Long has alluded to in her statement is her opportunity to bring suit herself because the EEOC and the Fort Worth Human Relations Commission does not believe that discrimination occurred, but are not going to they will not step in the way of her ability to pursue any other claim as she sees fit. So as we sit here today, I would urge this board to deny the claim. First of all, it's not grounded in any form of factual reality that's been described here today other than what's been found. And we're just fortunate as we sit here today that the student that she pushed with both hands back into the classroom did not sustain injury. Ultimately, the administration took the appropriate action in recommending her termination and separation in the best interest of the district. And we'd ask the board to deny any relief that she's requested and uphold the administration's finding at level 2.
Mr. Bonavita, you have 3 minutes 68 seconds and a half. I'm sorry, Lord. Sorry, I meant 28 seconds and a half.
Thank you.
Ms. Long.
Okay, so let's start with the offer that I was given. TWC actually told me before I left that they would be finding the way they found because they made an offer to me, which got them out of a lot of stuff. When you call somebody at 4:45 and tell them they have until 5 o'clock to make a decision, that's not an offer, that's a save my butt. Secondly, I never once shoved this student. I did try to get him back in the classroom, but before I could even get him in the classroom, he threw me to the ground into the classroom. So the only person, Mr. Bonavita, that ended up on the floor or in the back of the classroom was me. And he was not trying to leave. He was standing at the door refusing to move. But you don't know that because you weren't there. And the videos don't show everything that happened. Before that even happened, he was kneeing me and punching me in the back. Then he threw me into the hallway, then threw me to the ground. I never once shoved him. Did I try to get him back in the classroom? Yes. But I did not shove him. So if we're going to do this, let's make sure that we have our facts straight, please. And I promised that I wouldn't bring up any other staff members, or I would show you where all the other stuff is coming from, but you have it in front of you, or you should, unless it got lost. He was out of control. And pursuant with Texas Penal Code 9.62b, I had every right to restrain him for the safety of others, himself, and myself. I didn't want to restrain him at all. When it all started, my back was to him, waiting on administration.
That's time, Ms. Sloan. Mr. Bonavides, do you have a rebuttal?
Just a brief one. If any of the board members have not looked at the video, they should. I would encourage you to do so. It speaks for itself. The administration asked that that this board uphold the level 2 decision to deny Ms. Long's claims. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for any of the parties? Hearing none, this concludes the hearing portion of this proceeding. At this time, the board will excuse itself. Well, actually, we'll allow we'll excuse ourselves and go into closed session under sections 55.1.071, 55.1.074, and 55.1.082 of the Texas Government Code, and then we'll reconvene in open session to deliberate and take any actions as appropriate. Thank you.
The time is 11:49, and we are reconvening in open session.
Do we have any motions on the floor for this hearing? Tre-
I move that no action be taken on this item.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We'll take the vote. Oh, do we have any discussion? Okay, we'll go call for the vote. We have a vote in favor of 7-1.
6-1.
Oh, 6-1, it passes.
Okay, ready to close out? Yes. The time is 11:49 PM, and this meeting is now adjourned.